Chapter 93 Loots from Wuxia, the Water Demon's Scarlet Lord. A smile appeared on his face after Zhou Zhou saw the mission completion notification. 300 yellow gold tier mist cores. In addition, there were 10 yellow gold tier aurora crystals. These rewards alone made his efforts worth it. At this moment, Nazario suddenly roared in the sky. Its voice was filled with joy. At the same time, scorching fire elements condensed into an elemental torrent and quickly surged into its body. Nazario's body began to grow rapidly. 8 meters. 10 meters. 13 meters. It stopped growing only after it hit 14 meters tall. Boxen OVL. A moment later, the torrent of fire elements gradually dissipated. Nazario also immediately conveyed its excitement to Zhou Zhou. This is a breakthrough? Zhou Zhou said in surprise when he saw this familiar scene. He immediately opened Nazario's attribute information. That was indeed the case. Nazario had already advanced from white silver tier elementary grade to white silver tier intermediate grade. It has finally broken through. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. Nazario was his strongest main force on the battlefield. It had broken through, which meant that he would be even more confident in dealing with higher-level Scarlet Lords in the future. Then, he looked at the Water Demon Lake. His expression became serious again. Even though Wuxia, the Water Demon's Scarlet Lord, was already dead, there were still more than 2,000 Water Demon monsters under the Water Demon Lake. Their battle was far from over. He ordered the 3 white silver tier elementary grade water demon leaders to lead the other water demons that had been instigated to start destroying this group of water demon monsters in the Water Demon Lake through his mind guidance. Nazario did not stop to rest after breaking through. Instead, it continued to use the magma dragon breath to destroy the water demons. After breaking through, Nazario's strength had increased further, and the power of the magma dragon breath became even stronger. The efficiency of destroying these water demons was clearly higher. At the same time, Bai led the poison crossbowmen and elemental archers to a place not far from the shore to line up. Smear blood eye. Bai ordered. As soon as she finished speaking, some of the poison crossbowmen and elemental archers took out the blood eye potion and poured some out. They smeared it on their eyelids and handed the remaining potions to their comrades beside them. They quickly saw the blood-red blood energy swimming quickly under the Water Demon Lake as the medicinal effect began to take effect. Even though the blood energy of these water demon was very thin and almost non-existent, the long-range soldiers could still find their location. All long-range soldiers, shoot freely. Destroy all the water demons under the lake. Bai ordered loudly. Yes. All the long-range soldiers roared. Then, they immediately drew their bows and shot freely at the blood energy shadow in the Water Demon Lake. There were a total of more than 2,000 long-range soldiers. They only shot for a minute, and 1/5 of the blood energy shadows under the Water Demon Lake immediately disappeared. 15 minutes later. There were no longer any traces of blood under the Water Demon Lake. All the water demons were shot dead. A moment later. Greetings. My Lord. 2 white silver tier elementary grade water demon leaders and 3 green bronze tier intermediate grade water demon leaders came to Zhou Zhou and stammered. As for the other 62 water demons which had been instigated to defect, they had already been killed in the internal strife under the lake. Zhou Zhou looked at the 5 of them in surprise. How do you know how to talk? Moreover, in the Cerulean planet language? We were sentient creatures when we were alive. After becoming my lord's subordinate, we automatically mastered my lord's language. A white silver tier elementary grade water demon took the lead to reply. Its speech had clearly become much more fluent. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. He looked at the 5 water demons. So ugly. They were completely different creatures compared to the beautiful elves. However, no matter how ugly they were, they have also become his subjects. He had to treat everyone equally. How long can you live on land? Zhou Zhou asked. We can survive on land for 3 days if we are not injured. We have to go back underwater within 3 days. Otherwise, we'll die because we're not used to the living conditions on land. The leader of the water demons said. Then come back to Blazing Sun City with us later. From today onwards, you're subjects of my Blazing Sun City. When we reach Blazing Sun City, they'll think of a way to get you an underwater environment suitable for you. Zhou Zhou said. It was a little difficult to get an environment suitable for them to live in, but these were 5 high-end combatants after all. 2 of them were even white silver tier elementary grade water demon leaders. This was also the first time Zhou Zhou had obtained soldiers which could fight underwater. He was unwilling to give them up so easily. Thank you, my lord. The 5 water demons said respectfully. Do you know where Insist territory token, treasures, and resources are? Zhou Zhou asked. We do. Then go into the water again. Bring them all up. He said. Yes, my lord. The 5 water demons said respectfully. Then, they turned around and rushed into the water demon lake again. A moment later. With the help of the soldiers, 1 green bronze tier intermediate grade territory token, 30,000 units of stone, 20,000 units of wood, 15,000 units of metal, 10,000 units of fine sand, 3,526 black iron tier mist cores, 557 green bronze tier mist cores, and 24 white silver tier mist cores were brought up. After putting away the loot, Zhou Zhou took out the 3 conqueror blast furnaces. Then, he got the 5 water demons to send over the 3,000 water demon corpses from underwater. Then, they were all thrown into the conqueror's blast furnace to retrieve the loot. When the water demons' corpses were sent up, Zhou Zhou looked at their corpse information. Item name, Water Demon Corpse, Item level, Black Iron Tier Elementary, Item effect, contains unextracted loots. Item description, Fog monster killed by the Lord of the Blazing Sun's pet. Prompt, in 2 hours, this corpse will turn into fog and be reborn at a certain time in the future. Loots, 2 black iron tier mist cores, drop rate, 100%, 10 kg water bag, drop rate, 5%, 1 black iron tier elementary grade skill book, deep water stealth, drop rate, 3%, 1 black iron tier elementary grade skill book, deep water heal, drop rate, 1%, then, Zhou Zhou looked at the drop rates of the other water demons. He realized that their loot would not change much for water demons below the black iron tier advanced grade. It was just that the level of the skill book had increased. When they reached the green bronze tier water demon leader, there was a skill book called Shrieking Howl amongst their loot. This should be the skill that dealt a certain blow to the soldier's mental strength just now. Soon, the corpse of the water demon Scarlet Lord, Ansi was brought up. Zhou Zhou looked at it. Monster name, Water Demon Scarlet Lord, Ansi, Scarlet Lord, Strength level, White Silver Tier Advanced Grade, Monster description, the strongest Scarlet Lord in Fish Spring Town. It has many water demon subjects under its command. They are undead creatures that have mutated from dead creatures. They want to drag all living creatures down into the water with them. Loots, 20 white silver tier mist cores, drop rate, 100%, 5 origin crystals, drop rate, 100%, 300 kg water bag, 1 white silver tier advanced grade skill book, deep water stealth, drop rate, 3%, 1 white silver tier advanced grade skill book, deep water heal, drop rate, 1%, 1 white silver tier advanced grade skill book, Shrieking Howl, drop rate, 0. 5%, 1 white silver tier advanced grade martial arts manual, dark water mystic technique, drop rate, 0, 3%, 8 black iron tier lord. Talent crystal fragments, drop rate, 0%. Chapter 94 Dark Water Mystic Technique. Zhang Bowen's Shock. Zhou Zhou could not help but feel disappointed after looking at its loots. There was no new Lord Talent sphere. However, he quickly adjusted his mood. It was random to begin with. He could not force it. He laid a hand on its corpse. A golden notification appeared. Do you want to retrieve the loot? Yes. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. The next second, a text notification appeared. Boxen OVL. COM, Lord Talent hint, you have obtained these loots, 20 mist cores, white silver tier, 5 origin crystals, 4,000 kilograms water bags, 1 skill book, deep water stealth, white silver tier advanced grade, 1 skill book, deep water heal, white silver tier advanced grade, 1 skill book, shrieking howl, white silver tier advanced grade, 1 martial arts manual, dark water mystic technique, white silver tier advanced grade, 8 Lord Talent crystal fragments, black iron tier. Whoosh! A large amount of loots dropped. The largest quantity was 4,000 kilograms of water bags. This was the first time Zhou Zhou had seen a Scarlet Lord that could drop so much water. Then, he put away the mist cores and origin crystals. He also asked the soldiers to put the water bags on the Mechanostrider loot transport team. Then, he looked at his next reward. First were the skill books. Skill name, Deep Water Stealth, Skill Quality, White Silver Tier Advanced Grade, Skill Description, you can silently and freely wander underwater. The life forms below the White Silver Tier Advanced Grade in the water are unable to discover your existence with their perception. Skill name, Deep Water Heal, Skill Quality, White Silver Tier Advanced Grade, Skill Description, when you are injured, you can dive underwater and recover from your injuries by absorbing the water elemental energy in the water. When the strength of your injuries is lower than that of a White Silver Tier Advanced Grade, the Deep Water Heal will recover your injuries normally. When the strength of your injuries is higher than that of a White Silver Tier Advanced Grade, the recovery time will be extended. Skill name, Shrieking Howl, Skill Quality, White Silver Tier Advanced Grade, Skill Description, let out a howl that attacks the enemy's mental power, dealing a blow to the enemy's spirit. There is a small chance that you will directly stun enemies below the White Silver Tier Advanced Grade. There is a high chance that the enemy will be shocked by the spirit, and their combat strength will decrease greatly in a short period of time. If the enemy is a spellcaster, there is a high chance that they can interrupt the enemy's spellcasting. For enemies above the White Silver Tier Advanced Grade, it will also cause the other party to feel mental discomfort. These 3 skills were all White Silver Tier Advanced Grade skills. Zhou Zhou was still at the Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade, so he naturally could not learn it. He could only save it and learn it in the future. Fortunately, there were Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade Deep Water Stealth, Deep Water Heal, and Shrieking Howl dropped from the other water demons. It was much weaker than the skills of a White Silver Tier Advanced Grade, but it could also allow Zhou Zhou to master these 3 skills now. After learning 3 skills, Zhou Zhou looked at the Martial Arts Manual. Martial Arts Manual, Dark Water Mystic Technique, Secret Manual Quality, White Silver Tier Advanced Grade, Cultivation Effect 1, Dark Water Breathing Technique. You can use the dark water breathing technique underwater to greatly extend your survival time in the water. You can last for at least 2 hours. The duration will be extended as your strength increases. Cultivation Effect 2, Dark Water Cultivation Technique. You can cultivate martial arts underwater and absorb the water elemental energy in the water, turning it into your own promotion energy to break through your strength realm. Cultivation Effect 3, Dark Water Martial Artist. You can fight freely underwater. You are more like a fish in water compared to fighting on land. You will also receive combat strength bonuses. Agility plus 200%, strength plus 200%, stamina recovery speed plus 200%, energy recovery speed plus 200%. Note, the Dark Water Martial Artist's combat strength enhancement effect will maintain its maximum value before reaching the White Silver Tier Advanced Grade and reaching the White Silver Tier Advanced Grade. When a martial artist breaks through to the Yellow Gold Tier Elementary Grade or even higher, the Dark Water martial artist's combat strength enhancement effect will decrease. This martial arts manual is a little unorthodox. A martial art that specializes in fighting underwater. Zhou Zhou hesitated for a moment before learning. He might not have much use for the dark water cultivation technique and the dark water martial artist cultivation effect, but cultivation effect 2 of the dark water cultivation technique was still quite useful to him. It could speed up his cultivation. Moreover, this was a white-silver tier advanced grade martial arts manual. Zhou Zhou did not want to waste it. Soon. He had grasped the dark water mystic technique. I'll try using it in the bathtub when I get back. Let's see if I can cultivate the dark water mystic technique in the bathtub. Zhou Zhou thought. Then, he opened his combat class column. Combat class name, martial artist, strength level, green bronze tier intermediate grade, martial arts manual, dark water mystic technique, white silver tier advanced grade, gust blade, green bronze tier advanced grade. Zhou Zhou was satisfied. Even though he had learned the dark water mystic technique, it didn't mean that he didn't need the gust blade. In fact, most of the martial artists in the high continent practiced multiple martial arts. There were only a few special martial arts manuals which required martial artists to cultivate one martial arts technique alone. However, there were very few such martial arts manuals, and their power might not be strong. In the time that followed, the soldiers sent the corpses of the water demons sent by the water demon leaders into the conqueror's blast furnace. More than an hour later, all the water demon corpses became loots. There were a total of 3,222 water demon corpses. Among them, there were a total of 2,375 black iron tier water demons and water demon elites. 844 green bronze tier water demon leaders and 3 white silver tier elementary grade water demon leaders. He obtained a total of 8,912 black iron tier mist cores. 2,676 green bronze tier mist cores and 6 white silver tier mist cores. 178,360 kilograms of water bags. 3,222 books of deep water stealth. Black iron tier, green bronze tier, white silver tier elementary grade, 3,222 deep water heal. Black iron tier, green bronze tier, white silver tier elementary grade, 847 copies of Shrieking Howl. Green bronze tier, white silver tier elementary grade, this was all the gains. All the Scarlet Lords in Fish Spring Town have been dealt with. I should look for Zhang Bowen next. Zhou Zhou thought. At the same time, Fish Spring Town. In the administrative hall of the mayor's office, Zhang Bowen sat at his desk. The table in front of him was piled with documents that needed to be dealt with, but his eyes were wandering and he kept looking at the door from time to time. Clearly, his mind was no longer on the pile of documents. At this moment, thump, thump, thump. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Zhang Bowen immediately said. Soon, the door was pushed open. A young man with a mustache walked in quickly. Mayor. Here's the latest intel. Our people went to the Purple Scale Lake after the Lord of the Blazing Sun left with his troops. We found that, the Purple Scale Lake has been burned dry. All the purple scale murder fishes inside have disappeared. Only a pile of purple scale murder fish bones was left at the scene. The mustached man said excitedly. Zhang Bowen looked at him in a daze. So fast. 2 Scarlet Lords have been killed by him already? He muttered. Yes. The Lord of the Blazing Sun is indeed one of the most famous top-notch lords in our Aurora Kingdom. He is already so strong in just 7 days. In another year and a half, I think he can challenge a Crimson Kingdom. The mustached man laughed. Exaggeration. I don't think he can challenge the Crimson Kingdom. Do you think he can destroy the Water Demon Scarlet Lord? After a moment of shock, Zhang Bowen came back to his senses and asked. It shouldn't be a problem. The mustached man said. Zhang Bowen nodded. Prepare the banquet. I guess it won't be long before our hero arrives. We must show him how much we value him. Zhang Bowen suddenly said. Yes. Mayor. I'll prepare it now. The mustached man immediately left. Zhang Bowen was still thinking about what the man had just said. Teacher. Is this the Lord you value? He muttered to himself. A rare look of envy appeared on his face. Then, he came back to his senses and began to write to the king. He had to report this matter to His Majesty the King. Only then could the Lord of the Blazing Sun receive the respect and importance he deserved. Half an hour later. There was an urgent knock on Zhang Bowen's door. The man from before entered. Mayor. The Lord of the Blazing Sun has eliminated the water demon Scarlet Lord and is now coming towards us. The mustached man said. Zhang Bowen rose from his seat immediately. Chapter 95 Excavating Talent Potential. New Face. After Zhou Zhou brought the soldiers to Fish Spring Town, he arranged for the soldiers to stay in the suburbs and asked Nazario to guard them. He used only one morning to destroy 3 Scarlet Lords' territories. During this period, he obtained too many loots. Zhou Zhou did not want to see his loot snatched by a passerby when he returned from a trip to Fish Spring Town. The chances were not high, but there was nothing wrong with being cautious. Moreover, with the hero by his side and his ability to telepathy with Nazario at any time so that it would immediately rush over to help him. Therefore, Zhou Zhou was not worried about his safety. Soon. Bai and him arrived at Fish Spring Town. When the two of them arrived at the city gate, they were immediately stunned. Boxen OVL. Com Zhang Bowen, the mayor of Fish Spring Town, was standing with 40 to 50 men and women in the official uniforms of the Aurora Kingdom. Their eyes lit up when they saw Zhou Zhou and the others coming over. Then, they welcomed them with smiles. Congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun for returning victorious. From now on, our Fish Spring Town won't have to worry about the monsters of the 3 Scarlet Lords harming people. Zhang Ben held Zhou Zhou's hand and said happily. This is all the credit of the Lord of the Blazing Sun. The Lord of the Blazing Sun already has such achievements at such a young age. I'm really envious. Lord of the Blazing Sun, are you tired? Do you want to find a place to rest first? These Fish Spring Town officials also said enthusiastically. Mayor Zhang, you don't have to do this. We had an agreement to destroy the 3 Scarlet Lords. I just did what I promised to do. Zhou Zhou could not stand their enthusiasm. He quietly took a step back and said. Lord of the Blazing Sun, you're too humble. When Zhang Ben heard his words, his impression of Zhou Zhou became even better. After that, he pulled Zhou Zhou to the banquet. Zhou Zhou could not decline seeing this. He could only eat with Bai and these people in the largest restaurant in Fish Spring Town. After drinking and eating his fill, Zhang Bowen smiled. I've already written the document requesting credit for you, Lord of the Blazing Sun. Very soon, His Majesty will know how powerful you are. When the others heard this, they looked at Zhou Zhou with envy. They knew. This Lord of the Blazing Sun would probably soon become a popular person in the eyes of the king and the entire Aurora Kingdom. They were all planning to curry favor with this future big shot of the Aurora Kingdom after the banquet ends. Half an hour later, the banquet ended. Zhang Bowen wanted Zhou Zhou to stay a little longer. However, Zhou Zhou refused this time. Mayor Zhang. My soldiers are waiting for me outside the city. And there's something very important waiting for me to resolve tomorrow. I have to continue my preparations for it. So I won't stay here much longer. Let's meet again another day. Zhou Zhou said. All right. Zhang Bowen relented regretfully. He knew that tomorrow was an important day for the Lord of the Blazing Sun and the other lords of the myriad races through some channels, so he did not persuade them further. Good luck. Zhang Bowen blessed him. Thank you very much. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, he bade farewell to the other officials of Fish Spring Town and left with Bai Yi. The officials of the Fish Spring Town could only watch them leave before they could cozy up to Zhou Zhou. More than an hour later. Blazing Sun City. Zhou Zhou had just returned and had yet to enter the city when he saw Zhao Changshu instructing his subjects to build the Aurora Tower from afar. Zhao Changshu also saw Zhou Zhou. His eyes lit up. He immediately walked over quickly and arrived in front of Zhou Zhou. My lord, you're finally back. Can I lend the soldiers to my subordinates to help build the wall? He immediately said. He did not even ask Zhou Zhou if he had won or lost. Was there a need to ask? In the hearts of the citizens of Blazing Sun City, their lord was the invincible god of war. After all, when had the lord ever returned with news of defeat? He must have won against his opponent. Zhao Changshu was even more certain of this, seeing everyone's relaxed smiles. Let the soldiers rest for an hour before they continue helping out at the construction. Zhou Zhou said. Of course. Zhao Changshu nodded and left happily. It was unknown if he was happy that the soldiers would help build the wall or that the Lord had returned victorious again. Zhou Zhou did not immediately enter Blazing Sun City. Instead, he got someone to bring the 3 unconscious Black Iron Tier elementary grade Wild Sand Believers to the monster ranches and handed them to Mugu. The 4th monster ranch shall nurture this monster. Zhou Zhou pointed at the Wild Sand Believers and instructed Mugu. Yes, my lord. Mugu said respectfully. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. The Novice Lord test is tomorrow. A large number of enemies might come and attack us during that time. The sand crystal walls of Blazing Sun City can't protect you for the time being. If there's really no other way, you can abandon these 4 monster ranches and bring some monsters into the city wall to ensure your own safety. You don't have to care even if the monster ranches are destroyed in the Novice Lord test. After the Novice Lord test is over, they'll just spend some resources and rebuild the monster ranches. Zhou Zhou said. The 4 green bronze tier intermediate grade monster ranches were huge. Therefore, the sand crystal walls of Blazing Sun City could not protect this place at all. In Zhou Zhou's heart, if there was danger here tomorrow, he could abandon the 4 monster ranches. At most, he would spend some resources to rebuild them. To the rich and imposing Zhou Zhou, the resources needed to rebuild were really nothing. But Mugu was different. He could not guarantee that Mugu would be able to revive if he accidentally died in the Novice Lord test. Or perhaps, would his white silver tier Lord Talent monster ranches be crippled because of Mugu's death? That was not what Zhou Zhou wanted to see. Therefore, Mugu's safety was very important to him. My lord, don't worry. I'm a monster rancher and also a monster shepherd. I can get all the fog monsters to be at my disposal in the monster ranches. If I really encounter any danger, I have a certain level of ability to protect myself. If it's really dangerous, I'll automatically enter the city. Mugu said respectfully. You have such an ace up your sleeve. Zhou Zhou was stunned. These were 4 monster ranches. There were a total of 4,000 monsters when it was at full capacity. If he could really command them all, Mugu's combat strength alone was probably comparable to all the soldiers under his command. Of course, that did not include Nazario and Bai Yi. But even so, Mugu's ability was also very powerful. Then can you bring all the monsters to fight with the soldiers when the Novice Lord test begins tomorrow? Zhou Zhou asked expectantly. Well, not at the moment. But when I advance to Diamond Tier Advanced Grade Monster Rancher and Monster Shepherd, I should be able to bring the monsters out to fight. Mugu said. Zhou Zhou was stunned. Diamond tier advance grade? Wasn't that the limit of Mugu's potential? What he meant was that as long as the white silver tier Lord talent of the Monster Ranch grew to its limit, what he wanted was very likely to happen. Oh my god. Zhou Zhou felt that the future described by Mugu was very shocking. It had to be known that Mugu, who was at the green bronze tier intermediate grade, could theoretically control 5,000 fog monsters. When he was promoted to a diamond tier advance grade, how many monsters would he have under his Monster Rancher command? Zhou Zhou could not help but click his tongue. He saw that every Lord talent had extremely high potential to unearth. The Black Iron tier Lord talents Insight Defection, Return to the City were the same. The White Silver tier Lord talent, Monster Ranch, was even more so. Make sure you're safe. Since Mugu had said so, Zhou Zhou naturally chose to believe him. Therefore, he only reminded him before returning to the city. He had yet to use the Pudeo soldier recruitment book to recruit Pudeo soldiers when Zheng Yuanqi quickly walked over with an old man. Congratulations on your triumphant return, my lord. After he came over, he smiled and congratulated him immediately. Zhou Zhou smiled and nodded. Then, he looked at the unfamiliar old man beside Zheng Yuanqi. Who is he? Zhou Zhou was a little puzzled. Chapter 96 Reputation Rating Talent, Wuxian. Recruitment of Pudeo soldiers. Zhou Zhou looked at the old man. The hairs of the old man's temples were graying, he was hale and hearty, and he was standing tall. He was clearly very old. However, his essence, energy, and spirit were not inferior to that of a young man at all. It would even be better. At this moment, he was also looking at Zhou Zhou with bright eyes. This old man was not ordinary. He thought. May I know your name, Elder One? After Zhou Zhou realized this, he immediately said politely. I'm just a retired old man Boxen OVL. My lord, you can call me Wuxian. Wuxian cupped his fists. Zhou Zhou was stunned. This sentence sounded familiar. Retirement. Old man. Zhou Zhou reacted. He was the talent attracted by his reputation rating. That was indeed the case. Zheng Yuanqi smiled and introduced. My lord. Let me introduce you. Wuxian. My old friend. He was the previous great general of the Aurora Kingdom. He's also the previous commander of the Aurora Kingdom's strongest army. For the past 50 years, he has been the one who has been leading the soldiers of the Aurora Kingdom to fight against the Scarlet Kingdom. Whether it's military theory or actual combat ability. Inside the Aurora Kingdom, if he says he's second, I don't think anyone dares to claim to be number one. If it weren't for the fact that he's old and it's time to abdicate to give the young people a chance. The current position of the Aurora Kingdom's great general will definitely still be his. When Zheng Yuanqi said this, his expression was quite certain. Wuxian did not say anything. Zhou Zhou looked at the two old men in front of him. Good God! A former Prime Minister of the Aurora Kingdom and a former Great General of the Aurora Kingdom. Aurora Kingdom, Aurora Kingdom. You've almost become my exclusive reputation rating talent pool. Zhou Zhou could not help but mutter in his heart. Welcome to Blazing Sun City, Elder Wu. After coming back to his senses, he smiled at Wuxian. I've long heard of the Lord's reputation. Actually, I've wanted to come and take a look for a long time. Now my wish has come true. Wuxian smiled and nodded. Elder Wu, you're too kind. Zhou Zhou smiled. Then, he opened the other party's attribute panel. Subject, Wuxian, Territory, Blazing Sun City, Soldier Type, Aurora Cavalry, Strength Level, Yellow Gold Tier Elementary Grade, he had the strength of a Diamond Tier Advanced Grade at his peak. Later, his strength fell to Yellow Gold Tier Elementary Grade because his old injury relapsed and he is getting on age. Ability Overview, the previous great general of the Aurora Kingdom, is good at leading troops to war, figuring out the enemy's psychology, setting traps, and is best at military formations. Skills, talent, ability to grasp situation thoroughly, Diamond Tier Advanced Grade Military Theory, Diamond Tier Advanced Grade Military Management, Diamond Tier Advanced Grade Battle Array Theory, Diamond Tier Advanced Grade Troop Arrangement, Diamond Tier Advanced Grade Military Array, Furry Array, Diamond Tier Advanced Grade Military Array, Night Forest Array, Diamond Tier Advanced Grade Military Array, Fire Array, Diamond Tier Advanced Grade Military Array, Mountain Control Array, Diamond Tier Intermediate Grain Management, Diamond Tier Advanced Grade Royal Court Battle, White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade Persuasion, Physical, Loyalty, 85, Potential, Extraordinary Tier Advanced Grade. Zhou looked at the skill panel and could not help but think. This Wu Xian was a top talent who was not inferior to Jing Yuanqi at all. Without a doubt. It was just that. Elder Jing, Elder Wu. Did you know each other for a long time? Zhou suddenly asked. The two of them were stunned for a moment before nodding. Old Jing and I grew up together. We both joined the army together. Later on, we were even assigned to the same cavalry army and became comrades who had gone through life and death together. Later on, he was injured and retired. He turned to researching matters in the court. I stayed in the army. That continued for a few decades. He became the prime minister. And I became the great general. When Wu Xian said this, both of them had sighing smiles on their faces. Zhou acknowledged. I was wondering what was going on with skills relating to royal court battles and physical persuasion. Elder Wu. I want to invite you to be the deputy commander of the Blazing Sun Army. How about that? Zhou pondered for a moment and asked. This subordinate accepts this order. Wu Xian said respectfully. May I know who the Legion commander is? He asked curiously. She's a girl. And the first soldier to follow me. Even though she's quite strong at her age, but her combat experience is definitely not comparable to yours, Elder Wu. When the time comes, I hope Elder Wu can guide her so that she can become a qualified Legion commander. Zhou said. My lord, you're too kind. I will do my best. Elder Wu said respectfully. Old Wu. Don't look down on her just because she's a girl. That female Legion commander is a hero. Even I have to respect her when I see her. Jing Yuanqi shook his head. When Wu Xian heard this, his old body trembled. Disbelief flashed across his eyes. A moment later. Elder Wu went to the Blazing Sun Army's encampment to understand the situation. Zhou and Jing Yuanqi were still chatting. This old brother of mine has fought on the battlefield his entire life. His personality is still as unyielding. After he retired, he mellowed down a lot and is much less stubborn than before. But he has a lifelong regret, which was that he couldn't become a hero. Now he knows that Legion Commander Bai is a hero. I'm afraid he'll have to deal with this blow for a long time. Jing Yuanqi said. Why did you bring this up then? Zhou said. I like to see him suffer. Jing Yuanqi chuckled. Zhou, his good brother was being hammered down by him. He will have to know sooner or later. It's better if I say it first. Jing Yuanqi smiled. Then, he bade farewell to Zhou and turned around to get busy. Zhou did not think too much about it. He came to the gate of summoning and threw in the 762 Pudeo soldier recruitment books he had obtained from the territory of the Wild Sand Leader. A moment later. In front of him were rows of neat Pudeo soldiers. They were wearing the standard equipment of the black and gray Pudeo soldiers and holding a Pudeo that was half the height of a person. They had a fierce and sharp aura. Ordinary people did not dare to approach easily. Zhou opened the interface information of one of them. Subject, Zhou Huanyun, Territory, Blazing Sun City, Soldier Type, Pudeo Soldier, Strength Level, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade, Ability Overview. The son of a rich businessman has yearned to make contributions on the battlefield since he was young. When he grew up, he directly joined the army despite his family's objections. After training as a recruit, he participated in 32 small-scale battles and became a qualified Pudeo soldier. Skill, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Decapitation Saber Technique, Loyalty, 72, Potential, White Silver Tier Advanced Grade. Zhou nodded slightly. Then, he asked these soldiers to find Zhang Tsang and join the Blazing Sun army. After which, he returned to the Lord's courtyard and took out the yellow gold tier Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere. I wonder what Lord Talent it is this time. Zhou was really looking forward to it. Chapter 97 Yellow Gold Tier Lord Talent, Mysterious Caravan. 1. Zhou looked at the yellow gold tier Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere. Do you want to purify it? Purify. He said expectantly. The next second, a golden light flashed on the Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere. After the golden light disappeared, the blood-colored light on the Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere had already disappeared. Its information had also changed. Treasure name, Lord Talent Sphere, Mysterious Caravan, Treasure Grade, Yellow Gold Tier, Treasure Effect. After absorbing it, the Lord will possess the Yellow Gold Tier Lord Talent, Mysterious Caravan, Boxen OVL. COM, Treasure Description, a Lord Talent Sphere purified by the Supreme Will. You can obtain a Yellow Gold Tier Lord Talent after absorbing it. Mysterious Caravan. Zhou was stunned. He did not think too much about it and chose to absorb it. A golden text notification appeared. Do you want to absorb this Lord's Talent Sphere, White Silver Tier? Yes. He said. As soon as he finished speaking, the White Silver Tier Lord Talent Sphere immediately turned into countless silver light spots and surged into his glabella. Zhou closed his eyes. A moment later, he reopened his eyes again after some time. Then, he immediately opened his Lord's personal information. His Lord Talent column had already been updated. Lord Talent, 100% drop rate, Legendary Tier, Gnome Alchemy Workshop, Monster Ranch, White Silver Tier, Insight Defection, Black Iron Tier, Peace and Prosperity, Diamond Tier, Return to the City, Black Iron Tier, Mysterious Caravan, Yellow Gold Tier, the 7th Lord Talent. A smile appeared on Zhou's face. Then, he opened the details of the talent. Lord Talent, Mysterious Caravan, Yellow Gold Tier, Mysterious Caravan. Your territory has a mysterious caravan blessed by the Supreme Will. You can send them out to buy resources needed by your territory or sell goods made by your territory subjects. Supreme Blessing, Mysterious Trading. In the eyes of your subjects, the mysterious caravan is just an ordinary caravan that helps the territory carry out transactions. In the eyes of outsiders, the mysterious caravan is a special caravan that will never be known. Outsiders will never know who it is working for or what their ultimate goal is. Supreme Blessing, Unlimited Rite of Passage, Kingdom Level. The mysterious caravan can conduct business in any territory below the kingdom level. Even if it's a closed area that rejects living beings from the outside world, the mysterious caravan has the right to enter and carry out their business activities. Zhou was deep in thought. Its unlimited rite of passage, kingdom level, should be the most important value of this Lord Talent. The high continent was so vast. There must be some unknown faction living in seclusion in places that the living beings did not know, and they did not welcome living beings from the outside world. Therefore there might be rare treasures or resources from the outside world. Under such circumstances, ordinary factions could not enter and obtain the treasures or resources inside. However, the mysterious caravan with unlimited rite of passage could enter and obtain the treasures and resources there. In comparison, the advantage of the mysterious caravan was naturally obvious. But, how would I know where such an unknown force exists? Zhou fell silent. It seemed that he had to inquire about this in the future and see if there was any force that was unwilling to let outsiders in, but harbored special resources inside. Only then could he unleash the advantage of this unlimited rite of passage. Clang! 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 There was a knock on the door. My lord! A caravan suddenly came to the city gate and said that they want to see my lord and join your territory. They even plan to carry out long-term trade here. Zheng Yuanqi's voice sounded. It sure arrived quite quickly. Zhou Zhou thought. This was most likely his mysterious caravan. He stood up and walked over to open the door. When he saw Zheng Yuanqi, he asked him to keep himself busy while he went over to take a look. After Zheng Yuanqi left, Zhou Zhou walked towards the city gate. In front of the city gate, a group of merchants in simple clothes were surrounding a few carriages and chatting with Zhao Changshu and the others. Both sides had a pleasant conversation. Laughter could be heard from time to time. When Zhou Zhou arrived, they immediately saw each other. Greetings, my lord. Zhao Changshu and the others immediately said respectfully. Greetings, my lord. These merchants hurriedly alighted from the carriage and bowed respectfully to Zhou Zhou. After Zhou Zhou replied, his gaze landed on these merchants. They had a total of 23 people and 13 wagons loaded with goods. From the outside, they were just a group of ordinary businessmen. Especially when they looked at him with reverence and evasion, it made Zhou Zhou wonder if this was his mysterious caravan. However, when he saw the personal information of the other party's leader, he no longer had any doubts. Subject, Zhengfugue, Territory, Blazing Sun City, Life Profession Name, Mysterious Merchant, Special, Strength Level, Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade, Ability Overview, the leader of the mysterious caravan team. He is loyal to the Lord of the Blazing Sun and is proficient in trading and bargaining. Any living being who knows of the existence of the mysterious caravan team will respect and revere him. Skills, Talent, Familiarity, Talent, Business Talent, Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade Commercial Trade, Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade Bargaining, Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade Eloquence, Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade Mental Arithmetic, Exclusive Skill, Caravan Transportation, Exclusive Skill, Mysterious Caravans Protection, Loyalty, Dead Loyal. Chapter 98 Yellow Gold Tier Lord Talent, Mysterious Caravan. 2. Potential, Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade. Zhou Zhou looked at the others. He realized that they were also mysterious merchants dead loyal to him. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face before it quickly disappeared. He let Zhao Changshu and the others leave first. Zhao Changshu and the others hesitated for a moment before obeying and leaving. However, they did not go too far away. They only stood in the distance, wanting to protect Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou did not say anything else when he saw this. Instead, he looked at Zhengfugue. His eyes were respectful and calm, no longer as fearful as before. The others were the same. Greetings, my lord, X23 Boxen OVL. COM. All the mysterious merchants said respectfully. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Just you guys? He looked at them and asked. I've something to report, my lord. These are all that we have for now. However, as the lord's territory level upgrades, the strength of our mysterious caravan will also increase. Including the number of mysterious merchants, the number of carriages, the level of trade, and other commercial facilities in various caravans will be increased. Zhengfugue said respectfully. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Do you know if there are any shut-off forces nearby? He asked. We just became mysterious merchants, so we don't know this information yet. Zhou Zhou was not too disappointed. He was just trying his luck. You can pay more attention to this information in the future. Don't waste the rights you have. Zhou Zhou said. I understand. Zhengfugue said respectfully. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, he looked at them and pondered. A moment later. Our territory has just been built. Therefore, the territory is currently lacking a lot of necessary supplies for living. For example, water, vegetables, condiments, fabric, food. Our territory is very short of these items. In addition, there are also many professionals and unemployed subjects in our territory. Even though the quality of some of the goods they make is fine, it's more difficult to circulate in the territory because of the current composition of the territory. You can communicate with them to sell the excess products they make. This way, you can also earn some profits from them and use them to develop yourself and maintain the daily expenses of the caravan. I'll leave these things to you for the time being. Can you do it? Zhou Zhou looked at Zheng Fugue and the others. Jing Yuanqi had told him these issues in detail last night. Zhou Zhou noted everything down. Originally, he wanted to resolve it after the novice lord test ended. Now that he had the talent of a mysterious caravan group, why not let the mysterious caravan deal with it first? Don't worry, my lord. These are all our jobs. We're very familiar with them. I promise I won't disappoint you, my lord. Zheng Fugue said in a low voice. Okay. From now on. You can call yourselves the Blazing Sun Caravan within the Blazing Sun City. To the outside world, you should still use the mysterious caravan as your identity. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, my lord. All the mysterious merchants said respectfully. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. After that, he let these people enter the territory and told Jing Yuanqi and the others that they had already become subjects of Blazing Sun City. If they needed anything, they could tell them. As long as they were paid, they could go out and help procure the supplies they needed. If there was no payment, they could temporarily use other items as collateral. For example, the products they made themselves. Even the basic resources collected could be sold. They could also use the Blazing Sun Caravan to sell their goods to the outside world. As soon as this news was released, all the subjects in Blazing Sun City were immediately pleasantly surprised. Especially life professionals. There were already more than 100 professionals in Blazing Sun City. They had a lot of goods that had been hoarded for a long time but could not be sold. The Lord did not need these goods very much. Originally, they were still worried about what to do with these goods. Now that the Blazing Sun Caravan was around, these stockpiled goods could finally be sold for real profits. The unemployed subjects were also very happy, even though they could not create professional-level goods. However, it was still possible to make some unorthodox daily necessities and sell them through the caravan to supplement the family's expenses. As more and more subjects knew about this, an increasing number of subjects walked out of their houses with their goods and happily found Jing Fugue and the others, wanting to earn some missed cores through Jing Fugue's caravan. Jing Fugue was so busy that he did not even have time to rest. Zhou Zhou looked at them. He realized that every subject had a brighter smile on their faces than usual. It was as if they had more expectations for the future. He could feel that the current Blazing Sun City was more lively than before seeing this scene. That's the charm of trade and commerce. Soon, my lord, you don't have to support the entire Blazing Sun City alone. Because the subjects can feed themselves. Jing Yuanqi walked over and chuckled. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. In the past 7 days, what the subjects ate was monster flesh made from the meat that he dropped with a 100% drop rate. They also drank the water that the desert fog lizard dropped. Even though these things were not bad. However, it was not good to eat these all the time. Now that there was a mysterious caravan, he would not have to develop like this in the future. My lord should be able to tell that our Blazing Sun City will need more caravans of our own in the future. That way, the lives of the people will be better and the development of the territory will be healthier. It's better to build another commercial city to welcome guests from all over the world. This way, life professions and subjects who want to sell something to subsidize their families, can have a safe place to do business. If we can build a few more safe trade routes and the subjects of the territory leave Blazing Sun City and take the initiative to go further out to trade, that would be best for business development. This will also help increase the territory's taxes. Zheng Yuanqi said. Zhou Zhou pondered. What Elder Zheng said made sense. As for the caravan, he could hand it to Elder Zheng and ask him to find someone to build it. A commercial city. Zhou Zhou immediately thought of the desolate city. That place was fully built and was relatively close to Fish Spring Town. It was completely qualified to establish a commercial city there. As for the business path, he could discuss it with Zhang Bowen after the novice lord test ended. With Zheng Yuanqi and Zhang Bowen's relationship, it shouldn't be a problem to establish an official business path between the desolate city and Fish Spring Town. He told Zheng Yuanqi his thoughts. Zheng Yuanqi readily agreed. Leave this to me. Coincidentally, I haven't seen my disciple in a long time. Zheng Yuanqi chuckled. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. After that, he returned to the Lord's courtyard and prepared to upgrade it. Chapter 99 Upgrade Building. Military Force Situation. Zhou Zhou stood in front of the Lord's courtyard. A line of text appeared just as he received the 50 green bronze tier Aurora crystals. Do you want to upgrade the Lord's courtyard? Yes. He said. The next second. 80,000 units of basic materials, 500 green bronze tier mist cores, 3 origin crystals, and 2 green bronze tier territory tokens instantly disappeared. Boom! A golden light suddenly covered the entire Lord's wooden house. A moment later, the golden light dissipated. Boxen OVL. COM Zhou Zhou looked over. The area of the Lord's courtyard expanded again. At the same time, the entire Lord's courtyard became more exquisite and the courtyard became wider. A series of text notifications appeared. Congratulations, your Lord's courtyard has been upgraded to a green bronze tier advanced grade building. There is an additional study. Your territory has been upgraded to a green bronze tier advanced grade territory. Territory token durability increased to 100,000/100,000. Your territory has expanded to 15,000 m times 15,000 m times 3,000 m. All fog monsters within the territory of the new territory have been expelled. Scarlet fog will not appear in any of your territories. You have received upgrade rewards: Carpenter Shop Blueprint, Green Bronze Tier Advanced Grade, Sundry Goods Shop Blueprint, Green Bronze Tier Advanced Grade. Lord Talent Hint: the upper limit of the enemy lord's power that you can instigate to defect has been increased to White Platinum Tier Intermediate Grade. Lord Talent Hint: your monster ranches can be upgraded. Lord Talent Hint: your mysterious caravan faction has increased. Zhou Zhou looked at the upgrade notification and could not help but nod in satisfaction. Especially after seeing the last 3 Lord Talent Hints. He was even happier. As for the 2 green bronze tier advanced grade blueprints, he did not care much. In any case, Elder Zhao knew them. He could give them to Qian Du when Qian Du first came to Blazing Sun City from the Gate of Summoning. He was only a black iron tier elementary grade architect. Recently, he had heard that Qian Du had contributed a lot by Elder Zhao's side. His architect level had already increased to green bronze tier intermediate grade. He could give him these 2 green bronze tier advanced grade blueprints. As long as he could master it, he might be able to advance to a green bronze tier advanced grade architect. Then, he looked at the materials needed to upgrade the Lord's courtyard to the white silver tier elementary grade. Construction upgrade: 50,000 units of wood, 50,000 units of fine sand, 50,000 units of metal, 50,000 units of stone, 1,000 green bronze tier mist cores, 6 origin crystals, 3 green bronze tier territory tokens. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up when he saw the upgrade requirements. The upgrade requirements this time were not difficult. He did not lack basic materials. He had more than 11,000 green bronze tier mist cores now. The requirement of 2,000 green bronze tier mist cores was nothing to him. He also had 16 origin crystals in his hands. This also satisfied his needs. I only need to satisfy the requirements for the green bronze tier territory token. I have a green bronze tier intermediate grade territory token in my hand now. I can upgrade my territory level to white silver tier elementary grade as long as I get 2 more green bronze tier territory tokens. When the time comes, a white silver tier elementary grade territory might trigger an announcement on the entire channel. My Glory of the Pioneer I will also be upgraded to Glory of the Pioneer too. Zhou thought. He was looking forward to it. 2 green bronze tier territory tokens were not difficult for him to obtain now. After Wu Tu finished drawing the map of the barren Gobi Desert and Thorn Dune, he could lead the Blazing Sun army to these 2 black iron tier regions and eliminate all the Scarlet Lords there to obtain the territory token. He did not believe it. 2 black iron tier regions. He could not gather 2 green bronze tier territory tokens. Let's not think so far ahead. Let's pass tomorrow's Novice Lord test first. Zhou stopped thinking about it. Following which, he went to the Gate of Summoning and spent 20,000 units of basic materials and 100 green bronze tier mist cores to upgrade it. Congratulations, your Gate of Summoning has been upgraded to a green bronze tier advanced grade building. You can summon +6 subjects every day. You will definitely summon 5 professionals every day. Prompt, under the influence of the race's unique title, Glory of the Pioneer I, the number of subjects you can summon every day has reached 66. You will definitely summon 7 professionals every day. And the professional levels of 2 of them will be the same as your territory level. Zhou nodded slightly. Now that the Gate of Summoning had leveled up, he was naturally very happy. However, he was no longer as excited as before. After all, he was no longer short of people. Then, he looked at the requirements to upgrade the Gate of Summoning. Construction upgrade, 8,000 units of wood, 8,000 units of fine sand, 8,000 units of metal, 8,000 units of stone, 800 green bronze tier mist cores, territory level upgraded to white silver tier elementary grade. I have enough materials. As long as the Lord's Courtyard is upgraded. My Gate of Summoning can be upgraded immediately. Zhou thought. Then, he sent someone to call Mu Gu and Jing Fugue over. He wanted to understand the situation of the Lord Talent after the territory was upgraded from the 2 of them. After Mu Gu advanced in the territory, his strength immediately increased to green bronze tier advanced grade. All his skills also increased from green bronze tier intermediate grade to green bronze tier advanced grade. He could already manage 6 monster ranches at the same time. After upgrading the monster ranches to green bronze tier advanced grade, the upper limit of the number of monsters cultivated in each green bronze tier advanced grade monster ranch could also be increased from 1,000 to 1,250. Moreover, the upper limit of the monsters nurtured would also increase from green bronze tier intermediate grade to green bronze tier advanced grade. Zhou was aware of this. He asked Mu Gu to bring a group of soldiers and upgrade the 4 green bronze tier intermediate grade monster ranches to green bronze tier advanced grade before tomorrow morning. In this way, Mu Gu would be able to control 5,000 fog monsters the next day. It was also beneficial to protect his safety. If all 5,000 fog monsters died in battle tomorrow, he could directly loot their corpses on the spot and obtain loot from them to increase his combat strength. It would save the soldiers from attacking. After Mu Gu heard Zhou's instructions, he immediately accepted the order. As for Jing Fugue's mysterious caravan, there were also 5 new members and 5 green bronze tier advanced grade carriages. At the same time, all their skills had been upgraded from green bronze tier intermediate grade to green bronze tier advanced grade. After Zhou understood the detailed increase in these 2 Lord Talents, he asked them to go back and busy themselves. Not long after the two of them left. My lord. Bai Yi requests an audience. Bai Yi's voice came from outside. When Zhou Zhou heard this, he let Bai Yi in. My lord. I'm here to report on the losses of the 3 battles today and the promotion of the soldiers. Bai Yi said respectfully. Tell me. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. In the 3 battles today, a total of 3 Scarlet Lord territories were destroyed and more than 6,000 fog monsters were eliminated. We sent a total of 6,415 soldiers. After 3 battles, a total of 45 soldiers were sacrificed, 121 were seriously injured, and 354 were slightly injured. After these 3 battles, we have 1,542 Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade Professionals. 641 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Professionals. 86 Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade Professionals. 18 Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade Professions. And I am the only Green Bronze Tier Advanced Grade Professional. In addition, I've just received 762 Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Pudeo soldiers recruited by my lord. In addition to the 1,000 soldiers you left in the desolate city. My lord, you already have 8,132 professionals under your command. Bai Yi still looked a little excited after she finished speaking. Zhou Zhou also had a smile on his face. He had 8,132 professionals after 7 days of development. If this speed of development reached the ears of the lords in the World Channel, countless people's jaws would drop. Chapter 100 The Era of the Lords Alliance. Overlord Lord and Military Industry Lord. Zhou Zhou and Bai Yi chatted for a while more before letting Bai Yi go back and rest to prepare for the Novice Lord test tomorrow. After Bai Yi left, Zhou Zhou was the only one left in the room. I've already done all that I can do. It all depends on the Novice Lord test tomorrow. He thought silently. At this moment, Zhou Zhou was neither anxious nor nervous. There was only calmness and composure and also a hint of anticipation. He opened the World Channel. Originally, he only wanted to see what the lords were doing. In the end, he raised his eyebrows after taking a few glances. Dragon Lady Lord, the Dragon Blood Alliance is officially established from today onwards. I welcome the Cerulean Planet Lords near the Dragon Crown Kingdom and the surrounding kingdoms to the Dragon Blood Alliance. Boxen OVL. COM, Dragon Lady Lord, all Cerulean Planet Lords who join the Dragon Blood Alliance can receive the protection of the Dragon Blood Alliance in the future. If you encounter danger, you can also ask me and the other members of the Alliance for help. Undead Lord, the Undead Alliance is officially established from today onwards. I welcome the Cerulean Planet Lords near the Silent Kingdom and the surrounding kingdoms to the Undead Alliance. Overlord Lord, the Overlord Association is officially established from today onwards. If you want to join, you have to submit a fresh monster corpse as a membership fee. The Lord who joins my Overlord Association will be protected by me in the future. Night Lord, the Night Council is officially established from today onwards. I welcome lords from the Glimmer Kingdom and the surrounding kingdoms. The lords who join the council can each obtain 10 Combat Spirit Knight class change slots. If you make outstanding contributions in the future, you will have a chance to obtain more Combat Spirit Knight class change slots. Military Industry Lord, the Cerulean Planet Military Industry Alliance is officially established from today onwards. All Cerulean Planet Lords are welcome to join. All military industry practitioners, technology industry practitioners, and related industry practitioners who join the Cerulean Planet Military Industry Alliance will receive corresponding benefits according to their abilities. I want to join the Dragon Blood Alliance and meet my goddess. I'm her fan. Big Boss Overlord, I've submitted the application. I've already sent you the monster flesh. At Military Industry Lord, I was once a weapons development engineer of the Chinese Defense Military Industry Group on the Cerulean planet. What kind of treatment will I get if I join you? I used to be a mercenary in the United States of America in Africa. I know a little about weapon assembly and maintenance. Can I join? I've developed a phone in Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Can I join you? Military Industry Lord, private chat. Wow, a weapons development engineer. More and more Cerulean planet big shots have appeared after the military industry boss appeared. When will Big Boss Blazing Sun form an alliance? I want to be the first to join. In the future, there will be more and more Lord alliances. The days when the Lord of the Blazing Sun reigns supreme alone are gone. That's right. The era of the Lord of the Blazing Sun has passed. It's the era of the Lords working together. One person can't do anything. What does the Lord's era have to do with us? Think about how to pass tomorrow's Novice Lord test. That's right. They're just big shots. We small lords have to rely on ourselves. I only have 20-odd professionals under me now. The highest level amongst them is of green bronze tier elementary grade. I wonder if I can survive tomorrow. I'm a little stronger than the previous poster, but not much stronger. Tomorrow is the Novice Lord test. Can anyone save me? I don't want to die. If I don't become stronger before the countdown ends tomorrow morning, I'll give up my status as a lord and change my profession to an adventurer. Previous poster, bring me along. I'm a little unwilling, but there's nothing I can do. Sigh, I didn't expect this. The original intention was just an act of weak lords banding together for strength. Now, it has actually become a good opportunity for powerful lords to form their own lord alliance. Zhou was a little surprised. He was not surprised at all that the Dragon Lady Lord had established the Dragon Blood Alliance. This big television star from the West had a huge desire to show off on the World Channel from the beginning. In addition, she had long revealed her epic tier lord talent, so she was the second most famous lord in the World Channel besides himself. The other party's intention to win over the hearts of the people was already obvious. Therefore, many lords of the World Channel had probably expected that she would establish the Dragon Blood Alliance today. The others had also formed an alliance, so much so that all kinds of alliances had appeared among the Cerulean planet lords. Zhou did not expect this. What surprised Zhou the most was the appearance of two lords. The first was the Overlord Lord. According to his statement on the World Channel, the Overlord Lord had publicized the fact that he had a legendary tier lord talent today. He was also the first lord to publicize his legendary tier lord talent on the World Channel. Even though he did not announce what his lord talent was, his legendary tier lord talent alone had immediately caused his reputation to soar. He was no longer inferior to the Dragon Lady Lord, only inferior to him. Zhou immediately valued him. As the owner of a legendary tier lord talent himself, he knew all too well how terrifying a lord talent of this level was. It was no exaggeration to say that every legendary tier lord talent in the online novels on the Cerulean planet could be used as the protagonist's cheat. There were examples like his 100% drop rate and Linger's Divine Herb Garden. Zhou naturally would not underestimate the Overlord Lord's legendary tier lord talent. As for the second lord, it was the Military Industry Lord. He was the only lord without a lord talent among all the famous lords. The reason why he was suddenly so famous was because he suddenly announced a deal this morning. A self-made submachine gun deal. He had a total of 10 self-made submachine guns on sale. It was said that this was made by the blacksmiths in the other party's territory, and the main creator was the Military Industry Lord himself. According to the other Cerulean planet lords, this submachine gun was the easiest and least costly to make in the history of Cerulean planet's firearms. However, the fact that he and a few low-level blacksmiths could forge it in just 7 days was enough to prove his ability. Moreover, according to the military industry lord's own response, this was not the only firearm he knew how to make. He knew how to make many firearms and weapons. He even dabbled in some high-end weapons on the Cerulean planet. These 10 submachine guns were just a catalyst. The reason why he issued this transaction was to attract more of his kind to join him through them. He wanted to recruit more military talents to restore the military technology of the Cerulean planet on the high continent. This way, he could protect himself, and he could use this to have the strength to resist the other lords and participate in the competition for the title of Lord of all races. This military industry lord is really capable. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. If he could really realize his ambition and recreate the military technology of the Cerulean planet on the high continent, and even forge nuclear weapons, this ability was comparable to an epic tier lord talent. This Lord of all races competition, as expected, the more powerful opponents appear towards the end. This is only the 7th day. How fierce will the competition be in the future? Zhou Zhou was deep in thought. He had also seen what the others said about worrying about the novice lord test tomorrow. Today is the last day. I can sell another wave of goods. I'll sell something special this time. So that the lords on the World Channel would not say that I only know how to sell monster flesh and weapons and equipment. Zhou Zhou immediately opened the exchange thinking of this. Chapter 101 Auction. Zhou Zhou looked at the exchange and did not set the transaction content immediately. Instead, he turned on the auction function of the exchange. Through the auction function, as long as he sold goods that others desired, he could sell the goods he auctioned at a premium and obtain more profits. Then, he began to prepare to auction the goods. Among them were 1,000 books of sandification, black iron tier elementary, intermediate and advanced grade. 1,000 copies of Sandman's summoning books, black iron tier elementary and intermediate grade. 500 Sandman elite summoning books, black iron tier advanced grade. 500 books of Sand Stealth, black iron tier advanced grade. 500 copies of Summoning Wild Sand, black iron tier elementary, intermediate and advanced grade. 500 black scorpion poison crossbow, black iron tier advanced grade. 20 antidote formulas, black iron tier advanced grade. He stopped after setting this up and nodded slightly, looking at these auction items. These auction items had 2 characteristics. Boxen OVL. COM. Firstly, there were many of them in his hands and they were not of much use in the short term. The soldiers would not be able to exchange them all in the short term. Secondly, the monster ranches could produce these goods every day. He could save them up again after a while even if it was sold out. Other skills such as swimming mastery, water spear technique, and deep water stealth that he had obtained today were things that would be depleted. Zhou Zhou did not intend to sell them before he had other items to replace them. Then, he prepared to move on. However, he added another 1,000 copies of the Sword Shield Soldier Class Change Certificates, 1,000 copies of the Poison Crossbow Soldier Class Change Certificates, and 1,000 copies of the Pudeo Soldiers Class Change Certificates after hesitating. Time to sell these things. Zhou Zhou lamented. He would definitely not sell these class change certificates if it was when he was short of people in the past. He would think of a way to move non-professional subjects into Blazing Sun City and use these class change certificates to mass-produce professional soldiers after all. However, the population of his territory had already reached the upper limit. Moreover, the soldiers recruited through the recruitment books every day were enough for him for a while. Under such circumstances, these 3 class change certificates seemed a little redundant and useless. Since that was the case, he might as well sell a portion of it. There's no profit in the marketplace for low-level monster meat now. My soldiers and I do not even have enough high-level monster meat for ourselves. In the future, I'll use the class change certificates to replace monster meat and sell it to other lords. The drop rate is so low. It shouldn't be too much for me to raise the price, right? Zhou Zhou pondered for a while before he made the decision. He then set the starting price slot and auction time for each item. In the end, he also set up the contents of the hidden auction. He would announce what he wanted to auction 2 hours later, when the auction officially began. Then, he announced the auction. There's still 1 hour, 59 minutes and 59 seconds before the auction begins. Time was ticking away. Then, he opened the World Channel. After some thought, he started typing, "Lord of the Blazing Sun, Glory of the Pioneer I will hold an online auction at the marketplace in 2 hours. This online auction will auction a large number of valuable goods, all of which can help the lords increase the probability of passing the novice lord test. Lord of the Blazing Sun, Glory of the Pioneer I don't be in a hurry to leave after the auction ends. I will also give 10 lucky gifts to random 10 lucky auctioneers. You can participate in the lucky draw as long as you participate in the auction and buy something. Lord of the Blazing Sun, Glory of the Pioneer I lastly, I hope that all the lords can pass tomorrow's novice lord test. Survive even if you cannot pass the test. Lord of the Blazing Sun, Glory of the Pioneer I am heading off. See you in 2 hours. The chat flooded Zhou Zhou's messages after he sent them. However, many lords still saw it. These lords spread the news like wildfire. More and more lords got to know about Zhou Zhou's auction coupled with the news of the auction at the marketplace. The World Channel was also in a heated discussion. This is the first time I've seen Big Boss Blazing Sun say so many words. I have to quickly take a screenshot to commemorate. I am not rereading Big Boss Blazing Sun's messages again. Sundara emoji, I see an onset comment every time I refresh the page. I'm hugging Big Brother Blazing Sun's thigh. I saw Big Boss Blazing Sun's auction. Why are all the auction items hidden? Isn't this just tantalizing everyone to have a look? Can you tell me what the lucky gift is? Big Boss Blazing Sun, the Dragon Lady Lord has already established the Dragon Blood Alliance. You should build one too. Can I reserve a seat in the Lord Alliance created by the Lord of the Blazing Sun? Fuck. Auction. I've been blacklisted. Can I participate in the auction? What do you think? Fortunately, I'm not a keyboard warrior on the World Channel, there are still 2 hours left. It's so unbearable, I smell a profiteer. Zhou Zhou took a few glances and stopped. With his reputation. 2 hours was enough for these lords to inform the other lords that he was holding an auction. He turned off the World Channel and thought about what else he had not done. I almost forgot to try the dark water mystic technique. Zhou Zhou quickly thought of this and went to the bathtub in the bathroom and filled it with warm water. He took off his clothes and circulated the dark water mystic technique while stepping into the bathtub. Right on the heels of that, his entire body submerged into the water. Please do not imitate if you do not have the dark water mystic technique. In the beginning, he felt very uncomfortable and subconsciously wanted to hold his breath. He always wanted to pop his head out of the bathtub to breathe. However, he realized that even if he held his breath and shut his mouth, he did not feel suffocated in the water. This was because his skin seemed to have a breathing function when he circulated the dark water mystic technique, allowing him to absorb the oxygen in the water and staying in the water for a long time. Moreover, when he circulated the dark water mystic technique, he could still feel wisps of cool energy seeping into his body from the surrounding water, strengthening his physique and increasing the total amount of promotion energy in his body. At the same time, the green bronze tier intermediate grade skill deep water heal also quietly took effect. Wisps of water elemental energy surged into his body, repairing some minor injuries. These minor injuries were usually not noticeable. However, it would also produce serious injuries over time if it accumulated too much. At this moment, the deep water heal was slowly removing this potential damage and helping him resolve future hidden dangers. In the following period of time, under the dual effects of the dark water mystic technique and deep water heal, Zhou Zhou felt as comfortable as if he was having a massage. An hour and a half later, Zhou Zhou walked out of the bathtub. He felt that he was far from the limit that he could breathe underwater, but the auction was about to start in half an hour, so he came out early. He changed into a new set of clothes and returned to the living room after wiping his body. A voice came from outside. "I've something to report, my lord. Zhang Kaishan/Zhang Dahu requests an audience." Their voices came from outside. Zhou Zhou was stunned. Then, he let the two of them in. "I've something to report, my lord. We've already sold all of Kunt's businesses." After Zhang Kaishan and Zhang Dahu entered, they first greeted Zhou Zhou before immediately reporting respectfully. Chapter 102 Cerulean Planet Lord's Banquet. Astonishing auction revenue. Already? How's the sale? Zhou Zhou was a little surprised and asked. "We sold Kunt's slave source route, his customer source, the slaves of the people of foreign races, and other permanent residences to other slave vendors. In addition, there are some assets in Fish Spring Town and the wealth of the other bases. After exchanging all of them for high-level mist cores, we obtained a total of 20 yellow gold tier mist cores. Also, we did as you requested and removed all human slaves from slavery, the slave contracts in their bodies, and let them go. However, there are still more than 2,000 slaves who are unwilling to leave. Or rather, they have no place to go. We also followed your request and brought them back to Desolate City, making them subjects of Desolate City. They are very well behaved," Zhang Kaishan said respectfully. Then, he solemnly took out a small cloth bag and placed it in front of Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou took it and opened it. Boxen OVL. COM inside were 20 yellow gold tier mist cores. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. He had indeed instructed them this way before he left Desolate City. It seemed that these two people were quite capable. They were especially efficient. It only took a day to sell Kunt's organization. This was not something an ordinary person could do. Well done. Are there any talents among these 2,000 people? Zhou Zhou asked. There are more than 50 black iron tier and green bronze tier life professionals. Zhang Kaishan said respectfully. They will stay in your desolate city for the time being. Your desolate city will be of great use soon. Run the place well now. In the future, there will be times where you can showcase your talents. He said. Zhang Kaishan and Zhang Dahu were a little excited. Was he putting them in an important position? Yes, my lord. The two of them said respectfully and led the way. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, he suddenly thought of a problem. Will tomorrow's Novice Lord test affect the subsidiary territory of Desolate City? He frowned as he thought. At this moment, a line of golden words suddenly appeared in front of him. Novice Lord Special Notification, the Novice Lord test is only targeted at the Lord's initial territory. Zhou Zhou heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. He would not be able to deploy soldiers if the Novice Lord test targeted both territories at the same time. Zhou Zhou did not have so many worries if it was only targeted at Blazing Sun City. It was fine as long as he waited for the test in Blazing Sun City. After that, Zhou Zhou chatted with the two of them about the future arrangements of Desolate City before letting them return. As for the 1,000 soldiers in Desolate City, he had no intention of transferring them here. He had already made sufficient preparations for the Novice Lord test. It would not be very useful even if these 1,000 soldiers were transferred back here. They might as well stay in Desolate City and guard his subsidiary territory. More than 15 minutes later, Zhou Zhou opened the marketplace and realized that the auction was about to officially begin in a minute. More than a minute later, the auction officially began. At the same time, a line of text appeared in front of all the lords of Cerulean Planet who were paying attention to this auction. Do you wish to participate in the Lord of the Blazing Suns auction? Yes, no, most of the lords on Cerulean Planet chose yes. Then, they entered a virtual auction room. In 3 minutes, the auction will officially begin. Please wait patiently. On the upper right corner of the auction room interface, there was also the number of people online at the same time. At this time, the number of people online was rapidly increasing. Number of people online, 545,411,154. Number of people online, 854,865,245. Number of people online, 2,275,413,001. Number of people online, 3,515,727,541. When the 3-minute preparation time ended. Number of people online, 5,645,127,788. Everyone who saw this number was stunned. Our Cerulean Planet only has a total population of 2 billion, right? Excluding the infants and elderly, there are only more than 8 billion lords, right? Oh my God! More than half of the Cerulean Planet lords have come to participate in the Lord of the Blazing Suns auction. Big Boss Blazing Sun's face is really big. This should be the first big event for the human lords of Cerulean Planet, right? Witnessing history. Witnessing history +1. Witnessing history +10,010. Witnessing history +10,086. Zhou also saw the number of lords. He clicked his tongue. However, he did not feel nervous or guilty because of this. At this stage, he felt that the things he took out were of good quality. At the very least, he would not lose face in front of these 6 billion auctioneers. It was just that the number of items was too little compared to the huge number of auctioneers. However, Zhou knew that he had no choice. How could a lord like him satisfy the auction requirements of all the lords of Cerulean Planet? This auction depends on who is faster and offers a higher price. He thought with emotion. At the same time, as the auction officially began, the auction items set up by Zhou also appeared in front of all the lords. So many skill books. There are also potion formulas. Sword Shield Soldier Class Change Certificates. Pudeo Soldiers Class Change Certificates. Poison Crossbow Soldier Class Change Certificates. There's such a thing as a Class Change Certificate? This is my first time hearing about the Class Change Certificate. Me too. Has Big Boss Blazing Sun already made contact with some large faction? Otherwise, why would there be so many Class Change Certificates? Could it be the spoils of War of the Fog monster? I heard that there are some special monsters that have a chance of dropping this Class Change Certificate, but the probability is ridiculously low. I've only seen it 2 or 3 times in the marketplace. Forget it. The Mist Core would definitely drop 1 item at a time after defeating the Fog monsters. It is nearly impossible for other items to drop. These Class Change Certificates must have been obtained by the Lord of the Blazing Sun from a local faction. Aren't monsters only able to drop Mist Cores? Everyone, stay away from this unlucky guy. Stop talking nonsense. The auction has begun. I'm here for a lucky gift. Just as the lords were discussing, the first batch of items had also appeared. Information on the items auctioned were as follows: name, Sandification Skill Book, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade, X10, starting bid, 1000 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores, current auction price, none, bidding time, 1 minute, current status, auction in progress. The other 9 groups also had the same 10 Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Skill Books, Sandification. The lords immediately scrambled to bid when they saw the official auction begin. A minute later, the auction ended. The condition of the items immediately changed. Name, Sandification Skill Book, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade, X10, starting bid, 1,000 black iron tier mist cores, current bidding price, 4,300 black iron tier mist cores. Bidding time, 1 minute, current status, auction over. The other 9 sandification skills were also sold at a price. Zhou did some calculations and could not help but click his tongue. Just these 100 low-grade black iron tier elementary grade skill books, sandification, had brought him 42,000 black iron tier mist cores. It could be exchanged for 42 yellow gold tier mist cores. This ordinary black iron tier elementary grade sandification skill book had raised its value to a level that did not belong to it. Should he just auction them every day in the future? Zhou could not help but think. However, he quickly dismissed this idea. That which is rare is dear. The reason why it could be sold for such a high price this time was mainly because this was the first auction. Moreover, tomorrow was the novice lord test. Under such circumstances, the lords no longer cared about the price in order to increase their strength. That was why they were auctioned at such a high price. It would be difficult to auction for such a price again when there was no such good opportunity in the future. If he insisted on holding the auction, it would also give people the impression that he was insatiable. The gains would not make up for the losses. Zhou glanced at the auctioneer of the first set of goods. He realized that there was a name called, 7-Leaf Clover Lord Alliance, written on the auctioneer column. So it was bought by the Lord Alliance. No wonder they could offer so many mist cores. Zhou came to a realization. Then, he looked at the names of the other auctioneers. They realized that the auctioneers' names they used were the names of certain alliances. Zhou was deep in thought. The establishment of the Lord Alliance indirectly increased the purchasing power of these lords unexpectedly. This was naturally a good thing for him. After that, he continued to watch the auction. An hour and a half later, the auction officially ended. All 7,020 items were sold out. Zhou looked backstage and his eyes immediately widened. Wealth earned from the auction, 11,163,200 black iron tier mist cores. Oh my fucking god, he was completely stunned. Chapter 103 Lucky Gift. Zhongli's gift. Zhou was shocked. There were so many black iron tier mist cores. If they were all exchanged for higher level mist cores, it was enough to convert to 1,116 white platinum tier mist cores. He remembered the last time he talked to Elder Zhao about building a high-level building. Elder Zhao said that if he wanted to build a high-level building, he had to have a high-level mist core. This made him, who was short of funds at that time, dispel his thoughts. However, now that there were so many mist cores, he could at least build a few white platinum tier lifestyle structures. Zhou could not help but open the auction record. He might have watched the entire auction, however, there were more than 7,000 items being auctioned. He did not notice which items had been sold for a high price. He had found the main items that had sold for the most black iron tier mist cores. It was the 3,000 class change certificates. The initial auction price that Zhou had set for the Sword Shield Soldier class change certificates and Pudeo Soldiers class change certificates was 500 black iron tier mist cores. In the end, the auctioneers forcefully raised their price to about 2,000 black iron tier mist cores. Boxen OVL. COM therefore, the 2,000 basic military profession change certificates alone sold more than 4 million black iron tier mist cores. As for the poison crossbow soldier class change certificate, it was a low-level class change certificate and a long-range soldier. Its starting price was 1,000 black iron tier mist cores. After a round of bidding, it directly became 4,000 black iron tier mist cores. 1,000 poison crossbow soldier class change certificate became another income of more than 4 million black iron tier mist cores. Selling the class change certificates is much more profitable than selling monster flesh. Zhou sighed. Actually, thinking about it, the reason why it could be sold for such a high price was not only because the auction price had been raised. The class change certificate's advantage was also very important. A class change certificate could not only allow an ordinary person to directly become a Black Iron Tier elementary grade soldier profession, but it would also give them a set of corresponding soldier standard equipment and EXP after all. If they nurtured the soldiers well, it was not impossible for them to become the pillar of the territory in the future. It was also a commodity with great investment prospects. Coupled with the survival pressure of the Novice Lord test, it was not strange for them to be sold for such a high price. Zhou looked at how many job change books he had. In the end, he realized that he still had 1,854 copies of the Sword Shield Soldier Class Change Certificates, 1,010 copies of the Pudeo Soldiers Class Change Certificates, and 2,023 copies of the Poison Crossbow Soldier Class Change Certificates. Moreover, the monster ranches would continuously increase their numbers in the future. He'll sell some every day from now on. Zhou was satisfied. The auction was not over yet. The lords who were still in the auction room were all talking about letting Zhou choose the lucky auctioneer to send the lucky gift. Zhou did not hesitate. He started typing, "Lord of the Blazing Sun, everyone, don't be anxious. Now, I would like to invite all the auctioneers who have won the auction item to post on the public screen, the Lord of the Blazing Sun is so handsome." I will set the rules so that the auctioneers can post comments. Then, I will turn on the screenshot of the live broadcast. The 10 auctioneers who are in the screenshot will receive 10 lucky gifts. Many lords immediately spoke. You're abusing your power for personal gain, right? I didn't expect you to be someone like that, Lord of the Blazing Sun. I thought that you would be a serious iceberg idol in reality even though you usually don't speak. Men may not be handsome, but they must not be flirtatious, dog head. Show your face in the live stream. That's all I'm saying. Humph. Don't even think about insulting my noble character with your dirty lucky gift. The Lord spoke continuously. When Zhou saw these words, his expression did not change. He had no intention of changing his mind. I'm actually very handsome. Lord of the Blazing Sun, I will start to screenshot 10 seconds after I start the live stream. With that, he immediately activated the live stream function. However, he was not on the live stream. Instead, it was aimed at public chat. 10 seconds later. Lord of the Blazing Sun, screenshot started. As soon as he finished speaking, a large number of Lord posts immediately appeared and were refreshed at an extremely fast speed. The Lord of the Blazing Sun is so handsome. The Lord of the Blazing Sun is so handsome. The Lord of the Blazing Sun is so handsome. The Lord of the Blazing Sun is so handsome. 10 seconds later. The live broadcast screenshot was successful. Zhou glanced at the titles of the lords. Then, he raised his eyebrows. This was because he saw Dragon Lady Lord among them. She's at my auction too. Zhou smiled. He didn't care. From top to bottom, he found 10 auctioneers who had won the auction, including Dragon Lady Lord. Then, he announced them on the public chat. Lord of the Blazing Sun, these 10 lucky auctioneers, remember to add me as a friend later. I will open the friend privileges for you and send you the lucky gifts. Lord of the Blazing Sun, finally, I thank everyone for being willing to participate in this auction despite your busy schedules. I wish everyone a smooth passing of the Novice Lord test tomorrow. With that, he lifted the restriction that only the auctioneer could speak. The lords commented one after another. I won. I won. I didn't get it. What a pity, lords who have received lucky gifts, can you stream the gifts later? Who sent the post? You're so good at judging people. The Dragon Lady Lord is also among the 10. Ha 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 ha, this is too dramatic. It's hard to say that it's not shady, dog head. Big Boss Blazing Sun, please insult me with gifts in the future. Previous poster, where's your noble personality? Abandoned. How can a personality be more fragrant than a gift? Dog head, 10 minutes later. The auction room closed automatically. This time, the auction that had more than 5 billion lords participating officially ended. At the same time, the 10 auctioneers also added Zhou Zhou as a friend. Zhou Zhou did as he said and gave them 10 lucky red packets. In each lucky red packet, Zhou Zhou placed a set of all the auction items for this auction, but there was only one of each kind. Finally, he added a Mechanostrider, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade. It was not on the auction list. It could be considered a small Easter egg prepared by Zhou Zhou. At this moment, the Dragon Lady Lord sent him a message. Dragon Lady Lord, it's not easy to add you as a friend, Lord of the Blazing Sun, isn't it the same for others to add you as a friend? Laughing, Dragon Lady Lord was speechless. She had indeed turned off the friend request function. Otherwise, she would be pestered to death by the friend requests she received every day. Then, she sent another message. Dragon Lady Lord, how about we work together? Dragon Lady Lord, I have high-end combat power like the Wyvern. The reason why you are so strong should be because you have many human soldiers using your many class change certificates under you and some other advantages. Dragon Lady Lord, if you and I work together, we will be able to exchange what we need. There is a high chance that we will become Lord of all races in the future. Lord of the Blazing Sun, then turn against each other and fight to the death for the position of the last Lord of all races? Lord of the Blazing Sun, I don't want to do such a thing. Besides, being strong among the lords of Cerulean Planet doesn't mean that we are as strong as when facing the lords of myriad races. There are countless lords of the myriad races who are stronger than us humans. Even if you and I really join forces, the possibility of us getting close to the position of Lord of all races isn't high. Dragon Lady Lord, you're right, but times have changed. Even if you're very strong now, you won't be able to walk far alone in the future. Lord of the Blazing Sun, my abilities are limited. I can't work with others, nor do I have the ability to manage an entire alliance like you. All I can do is to do my best to develop my territory. Dragon Lady Lord did not say anything else. A moment later, she quietly disappeared from Zhou Zhou's friend list. People on different paths do not work together. Since they could not cooperate, they were opponents. There was no need for them to be friends. Zhou Zhou watched as his friend disappeared and fell silent. He was not silent because he had lost his good friend, Dragon Lady Lord. He was silent because of himself. He had lived 2 lives. There were still some things that had not changed even though his mentality had improved a lot. For example, he did not cultivate any organization management skills and his social skills were average. He would not take the initiative to make friends with others and expand his connections. His favorite pastime was to stay in his own world and do what he wanted. The reason why he was not like her, who raised her banner and called for the establishment of a Lord Alliance. The most important reason was indeed that he wanted to develop his territory with the 100% drop rate as the core of the legendary tier Lord talent. This was indeed the fastest way for his territory to develop currently. If he still had to establish the Lord Alliance under such circumstances and manage other lords, it would definitely take up his energy and slow down the development of his territory. Moreover, with the Lord function of the marketplace, establishing the Lord Alliance was actually not of much help to him. Another reason was that he was not good at managing people. If he really gathered a group of lords around him, the final outcome might be, the other lords would complain about him if their territories did not develop well. This would harm both himself and others. He might as well focus on managing himself well instead. At this thought, Zhou Zhou suddenly realized that something was wrong with his mentality. It's okay. I'm already a lord of a territory. In the future, there will be many places to hone my managerial skills. It won't be too late to form the Lord Alliance when I have enough management EXP in the future. Zhou Zhou thought. He was not a perfect lord, but he would work hard to make himself a near-perfect lord. When he recovered from this state of mind, Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and opened Linger's chat. He wrapped a red packet and placed a set of lucky gifts inside. Then, he typed in the chat to her. Lord of the Blazing Sun, a lord's own strength cannot be underestimated even though professions are very important. Otherwise, it will be over if an assassin comes and takes your head. No matter how many soldiers there are, they won't be able to save you. Lord of the Blazing Sun, you should learn all these skills in case of emergencies. Lord of the Blazing Sun, of course, the main reason is that your big brother is in a good mood, so I gave you this red packet. Spiritual herb territory. Linger looked at the red packet sent by her brother with a blank expression. Did he send this just because he was in a good mood? She sent a message to Zhou Zhou, thank you, big brother. Then, she opened the world channel. Spiritual Medicine Lord, how does it feel to have a big brother who gives little sister red packets whenever he is happy? It attracted a wave of envious and jealous replies. Linger laughed. At the same time. Blazing Sun City. My lord. Bao Xiu'er requests an audience. Bao Xiu'er's voice came from outside the door. Zhou Zhou was stunned. Then, he let her in. After Bao Xiu'er entered, she handed a package to Zhou Zhou with both hands. My lord. My teacher said that tomorrow is a critical day for my lord. She needs to take care of Teacher Li in Fish Spring Town, so it's not convenient for her to come over. But she asked me to give these to your lordship. She said you will need it tomorrow. She said. Zhou Zhou took it curiously. Chapter 104 New Wind Ceremony. The Influence of the Mysterious Merchant. Zhou Zhou opened the package and took out a set of clothes. The clothes were a mixture of sky blue and white. The surface was smooth to the touch, and there was a faint cooling feeling, as if wisps of wind were blowing on the surface of the clothes. However, it felt warm to the touch. It looked like an aristocratic outfit. Be it the patterns, decorations, or craftsmanship, it had an impeccable feeling. Zhou Zhou looked at it. A text notification appeared. Outfit name, New Wind Ceremony, Outfit Grade, Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade, Outfit Effect 1, New Wind Protection. The surface of the New Wind Ceremony is engraved with the New Wind Defense engraving. It can defend against Green Bronze Tier physical and energy damage from the outside world. It can also play a certain defensive role against White Silver Tier physical and energy damage. Outfit Effect 2, Beauty of the Ceremony. The New Wind Ceremony will give the wearer a different kind of aristocratic charm. All living beings who see the wearer will feel that the wearer is from an extraordinary background and express a certain amount of respect. Outfit Effect 3, New Wind. The wearer can inject energy into the New Wind engravings of the New Wind Ceremony. From there, the wearer can control the power of the wind and fly for a short period of time. Current outfit completeness, 5/5, box and OVL. COM, Introduction, a unique piece of equipment for New Wind's tailoring skills. It was inherited from a certain extinct country. I can actually fly. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. Flying would allow him to avoid many dangers. If he could fly without Nazario, then his safety in tomorrow's Novice Lord test could indeed be greatly improved. And until now, he didn't have formal attire that he could wear as a lord. This outfit with the characteristics of beauty of the ceremony could be used as his suit. As for New Wind's protection, it was needless to say. Its defensive effect had already surpassed many Green Bronze Tier intermediate grade defensive equipment. Even if Zhou Zhou advanced to the White Silver Tier in the future, he could still wear this outfit. This outfit is very useful to me. I will thank Teacher Zhang Li personally after everything is over tomorrow. Zhou Zhou looked at Bao Xiu'er and said. My lord, you're welcome. It's good that it's useful to my lord. Bao Xiu'er smiled. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, the two of them chatted for a while before Bao Xiu'er left. A moment later, Zheng Fugue came to tell Zhou Zhou that he had already received all the orders and goods from the subjects and was preparing to go to Fish Spring Town, which was the nearest to this place. When Zhou Zhou heard this, he felt that he had nothing to do, so he sent them outside Blazing Sun City. Be careful. Zhou Zhou reminded Zheng Fugue and the others. Rest assured, my lord. Our mysterious caravan has the supreme blessing of the supreme will. We will be absolutely safe as long as we are still walking on this high continent. Zheng Fugue said with a smile. Zhou Zhou did not say anything else. He nodded and watched them leave. On the main road, Zheng Fugue led the other 27 people and 18 carriages on the road. At this moment, a mysterious black mist appeared on their bodies. This mysterious black fog enveloped their bodies and carriages. A moment later, the mysterious black mist dissipated. This group of merchants that looked ordinary before had already undergone a huge change. Zheng Fugue and the other 28 people were all wearing black cloaks with mysterious and noble purple patterns engraved on them. If anyone could see their faces under their cloaks, they would find out that the human bodies were no longer in their cloaks. Instead, a mist that was like the starry sky was supporting their cloaks. There were 2 golden spots in the starry mist. Like eyes. They were like 2 stars staring at a distant road. The 18 carriages also changed. The eyes of the 18 horses turned golden, and their skin turned black. One could vaguely see various stars on their skin. The carriages they were pulling had also become black and purple carriages. The cushions used to cover the goods had also become black and purple cushions. A moment later, their team arrived at Fish Spring Town. When the soldiers at the city gate saw them, they subconsciously wanted to pick up their arms and question who these mysteriously dressed people were. However, an indescribable force made them give up on this thought. It also made them understand the identity of this group of people. The mysterious caravan. It was the most mysterious vendor faction in the Supreme Continent. They do not belong to any organization. Even the high and mighty Divine Kingdom factions could not take the initiative to find their whereabouts. This group of vendors was not here for war, power, or plunder. They had only one purpose. That was to complete their transaction. So, they could not be stopped. A moment later, Zhang Bowen arrived soon after receiving the news. When he arrived, the first thing he saw was the mysterious caravan that had already put out the goods and was trading with the subjects of Fish Spring Town. The eyes that flashed like stars made the experienced mayor break out in cold sweat with just a glance. However, after recalling the legend of the mysterious caravan, he calmed down again. As long as I don't provoke them, I'm safe. I didn't expect, the most mysterious vendor faction in the High Continent will actually appear here one day. I have to report this to His Majesty. Zhang Bowen looked at them thoughtfully. At this moment, Wang Lai, the patrol captain of Fish Spring Town, walked over quickly. Mayor. It's a little strange, I boldly went over to take a look just now. I realize that the goods they sell are all very common goods. Even if we don't do anything, the subjects and merchants will be able to consume all of their transactions. What should we do? Are we just going to watch? He asked. It's nothing strange. That's how the mysterious merchant group is. They sell everything. From the most common grain to divine artifacts rare enough for god spirits to fight over. It's normal for them to sell anything. This group of mysterious merchant has been recorded by the life forms of the world ever since there was a written historical record in the High Continent. Countless years have passed. The divine kingdoms recorded in history have disappeared batch after batch. They're still there. We don't have to do anything. They will leave on their own after they sell the items they trade or discover that we don't have anything worth trading here. Don't provoke them. Don't ever provoke them. Otherwise, don't blame me for not reminding you if there are any consequences. Zhang Bowen reminded over and over again. Yes. Wang Lai broke out in cold sweat from Zhang Bowen's warning and hurriedly agreed. After that, they did not leave. Instead, they stood on the spot and looked at the group of mysterious merchant curiously. This group of people who could leave behind all kinds of legendary tier legends for countless years. Ordinary people might not even encounter it once in their lives. Now that there was this opportunity, they naturally had to take a few more glances. In the future, they would have the right to brag to others. At the same time, the news of the appearance of the mysterious merchant in the Aurora Kingdom's Fish Spring town also began to spread around at an astonishing speed. Chapter 105 New Changes to the City Wall. Zhou Zhou's Source of Confidence. Elven Empire, Alanos. In the Imperial Palace. The mysterious merchant appeared near that human lord's territory. After hearing the report from Molt the astrologer, the original Elven Empress Elizariel frowned slightly. The mysterious merchant. Perhaps the kingdom-level forces didn't have a deep understanding of this group of mysterious merchant. However, as the leader of an empire-level faction, she knew much more than other life forms. She remembered it very clearly. A long time ago, there was a Divine Kingdom faction called Moon Hunt that wanted to obtain an incomplete Master God weapon sold by the mysterious merchant. However, they did not have enough capital to buy it, so they became greedy and changed it to daylight robbery. In the end, not only did the daylight robbery fail, the mysterious merchant was also unharmed. Boxen OVL. COM. And on the same day, a huge star without life flew over from the starry sky and directly shattered Moon Hunt's Divine Kingdom. Moon Hunt's true god died in the Divine Kingdom. Not long after, its Divine Kingdom faction had also disappeared. No other force dared to attack the mysterious merchant since then. The group of mysterious merchant had also become one of the taboos that everyone knew. However, the living beings of the High Continent also understood the temper of this group of vendors. They could not be bothered to attack other factions as long as the others did not take the initiative to provoke them. It was as if they existed specifically for trade. What do they sell? Elizariel asked. They're all very ordinary goods. Molt said. Then don't worry about them. Oh yes. How's the human lord with the second-generation blood fire arrow elf? Elizariel asked. He's doing great. He should be one of the strongest amongst his race. Tomorrow is the novice lord test arranged by the Supreme Will for them. As long as he doesn't have a death wish, it shouldn't be difficult to pass the test. Molt said respectfully. Keep the elves watching them. When his lord faction is destroyed, protect the second-generation blood fire arrow elf and bring her back. Elizariel said indifferently. Ever since the void mask concealed Zhou Zhou's information and rendered divination useless, they had specially paid a price to teleport some elves who were doing intelligence work to the vicinity of Blazing Sun City in order to continue obtaining information about Zhou Zhou and the others. They did not ask for too much information. As long as they could obtain some basic information and confirm whether this human lord was dead or alive, as well as ensure the safety of the second-generation blood fire arrow elf, it would be fine. This way, even the void mask could not stop them. A moment later, Molt took her leave. Come out. Elizariel said indifferently. As soon as she finished speaking, an elf with long fiery red hair and a fire mark at the corner of her eyes walked out from behind in embarrassment. It was the first-generation blood fire arrow elf, Nadia. She had already been revived. Your Majesty, she said respectfully and carefully. You heard her. The human lord you care about isn't dangerous. And is doing well. He has a high chance of passing the Supreme Will's Novice Lord test. Don't let him distract you. Don't forget. The Empire paid a huge price to revive you from the river of time. Everything you have now was given to you by the Empire. What you need to do now is to focus on receiving the Empire's nurturing and grow as quickly as possible. We need you to fight for the Elven Empire as soon as possible. Elizariel stared at her. This subordinate has a wish to fulfill. As long as this wish is fulfilled, I'm willing to fight for the Empire my entire life until my death. Nadia suddenly knelt down and said. What is your wish? Elizariel asked. This subordinate wants to see the Lord of the Blazing Sun pass the Novice Lord test with my own eyes. Nadia whispered. I remember that you met him a few times just because of the hero inheritance, right? You've only revived today. Why isn't your heir the first thing that you are bothered about after you were resurrected? Why are you so concerned about that human lord? Elizariel said indifferently. Nadia remained silent. A few seconds later. She replied. Before I came back to life. My mark of fate has been drifting in the river of time. I appeared in front of the Lord of the Blazing Sun because of the time ruins. At that time, I only had memories before I died. There. I've experienced the destruction of Indra again and again. The Lord of the Blazing Sun wiped this subordinate's tears and told me that I had already done very well. He had already helped me save all the members of the Guardian team. Every time he entered the time ruins, he'd do it to me. So, I just want to see him in reality. That's all. Nadia said. Elizariel didn't say anything. A moment later. Remember what you said. She said. Thank you, Your Majesty. Nadia was pleasantly surprised. Aurora Kingdom. Royal Palace. In a study room. The current king of the Aurora Kingdom, Li Yuangan, was looking at the memorial in his hand. His hair was already white after being the king for 50 to 60 years. However, his eyes were bright, steady, and powerful. An imposing aura emanated from his body. Anyone who saw such an old man would feel that he could govern the Aurora Kingdom for another 50 years. A moment later. He put down the memorial. The Lord of the Blazing Sun, he actually unified a black iron tier area in just 7 days. There seems to be a hero beside him. Even Zheng Yuanqi went to his place. I think Zhao Changshu is with him too. Wu Xian seems to have run over to him too. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Li Yuangan lamented. What should I reward him with? If he wants Aurora crystals, we can give him the authority to trade Aurora crystals. But the reward alone doesn't seem to accord him the due respect. He looked thoughtful. At this moment, the waiter outside the door brought in another memorial. Your Majesty. An urgent message from Fish Spring Town. The attendant said respectfully. Li Yuangan took the memorial. He opened it and raised his eyebrows. The mysterious merchant has appeared in Fish Spring Town. Fortunately, they didn't sell anything good. Otherwise, my tiny Aurora Kingdom won't be able to withstand the torment of external forces. He breathed a sigh of relief. The goods sold by the mysterious merchant. If they had good commodities, it would definitely attract the competition of experts from all over. That was because to experts, it was their opportunity. As for the local lords, that would be a disaster. The local lords could not afford to offend any one of these experts after all. After these experts left, what was left for the local lords was most likely a mess. He came back to his senses. He thought of the Lord of the Blazing Sun. Tomorrow is their Novice Lord test. Let's see how far he can go. If he can perform very well in the Novice Lord test. In the future Lord of all races contest. My Aurora Kingdom might be able to help him advance further. Li Yuangan was deep in thought. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye. The sky had already darkened. Blazing Sun City. In the Lord's courtyard. In the bathtub in the bathroom. Zhou Zhou, who had taken off all his clothes, was lying quietly in the bathtub, circulating the dark water mystic technique to increase his strength. A moment later, feeling that he had reached the limit of his diving time, he came out of the bathtub. After drying his body, Zhou Zhou put on his clothes and sat down in the living room. Even though the dark water mystic technique can allow one to obtain promotion energy without killing, it's a drop in the bucket compared to the promotion energy I need in my body. It's far inferior to thousands of soldiers killing together and giving me more promotion energy. Under such circumstances, I can obtain higher-level martial arts manuals to increase my efficiency in obtaining promotion energy. Or I can only be patient and rely on accumulation to obtain promotion energy. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. The dark water mystic technique was not bad. However, it would probably take a long time if he wanted to rely on it to advance his realm. Nonetheless, he did not lose his patience. He had nothing to do in the territory. He just had to practice slowly. In any case, it would not affect the promotion energy that the soldiers obtained from killing. He would take it as earning extra income from the promotion energy. At this moment, my lord, I, Zhao Changshou, have something to report. The wall has been completed. Zhao Changshu's happy voice came from outside. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. He immediately walked out of the Lord's courtyard and came to the city wall with Zhao Changshou. He looked at the city wall. At this moment, the sand crystal city wall was very different from the previous one. The most obvious change was, in the past, the sand crystal city wall was only 1 meter wide. It was not convenient to walk on the city wall. And now, the sand crystal city wall has been strengthened and thickened a lot. It now appeared to be narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. The bottom of the city wall was more than 10 meters wide. And the topmost city wall was also 5 to 6 meters wide. Given this width of the city wall, even if the cannons bombarded it, they could only create a small hole on the surface of the city wall. If it landed on the surface of the city wall that was mixed with sand crystal, they might not even be able to create a small hole. As for the width of the city wall, even if 4 rows of soldiers walked side by side, it would still feel very spacious. Other than that, Zhao Changshou also built a slope inside the city wall. He called this slope the horse path. Its main function was to facilitate the transportation of soldiers, rations, and arms from the city walls. Even cavalrymen could also use the horse path to ride directly from the city wall to the city wall. In addition, the horse path was built on the inside of the city wall. It was also conducive to strengthening the city wall. Moreover, it was easy and fast to make. In short, there were many benefits. Apart from the change in the thickness of the city wall, there was another important change. The number of Aurora towers on the city wall had increased. Originally, there was only 1 Aurora tower on the city wall. Later on, Zhou Zhou gave Zhao Changshou 1091 green bronze tier Aurora crystals and 10 yellow gold tier Aurora crystals as mission rewards. Zhao Changshou used a large number of basic materials and mist cores to build another 6 green bronze tier advanced grade Aurora towers and 1 yellow gold tier elementary grade Aurora tower with their help. There were already 8 Aurora towers full of energy on the city wall. Even if a white platinum tier fog monster dared to attack Blazing Sun City, the 8 Aurora towers could directly turn it into a corpse. Zhou Zhou saw this and a smile appeared on his face again. These 8 Aurora towers, coupled with such a thick city wall, provided him with the confidence to fight for the one and only supreme reward. Chapter 106 Zhao Changshu's Dead Loyalty. Eve of the Novice Lord Test. I've something to report, my lord. The thickened sand crystal city wall consumed more than 3 million units of basic materials and all the sand crystals in our current inventory. The horse path is made of sand, all made from local materials. As for the 7 newly built Aurora Towers, a total of 96,000 units of basic materials, 600 green bronze tier mist cores, 600 green bronze tier Aurora crystals, 10 yellow gold tier mist cores, and 10 yellow gold tier Aurora crystals were consumed. Zhao Changshu reported. It's fine. It doesn't matter how much you consumed. I need these things that Elder Zhao built for me. Zhou Zhou smiled. Resources and the mist cores were meant to be spent. There was no point in saving them, especially when the Novice Lord test was about to arrive. Boxen OVL. He should spend them and exchange them for something that could increase the probability of passing the Novice Lord test and fighting for the only supreme reward. Only then would it be meaningful. Zhou Zhou was clear about this. Zhao Changshu smiled. To be able to meet a lord who trusted and understood them like Zhou Zhou was also a blessing to people like them. Elder Zhao. Thank you for the past 2 days. Zhou Zhou said sincerely to Zhao Changshu. It was all because Elder Zhao was working non-stop and the hard work of all the subjects over the past 2 days that the current results were achieved. Among them, Elder Zhao had definitely contributed greatly. This is just my duty. My lord, you don't have to thank me. Zhao Changshu said. Elder Zhao, go back and have a good rest. My blazing sun city will not fail tomorrow's test. Zhou Zhou said seriously. Zhao Changshu looked at Zhou Zhou. Gradually, a relieved smile appeared on his face. It's rare to see my lord so confident in your promise. Now, the sacrifices that I and all the subjects have made in the past 2 days are truly meaningful. He sighed. A text notification appeared in front of Zhou Zhou as soon as he finished speaking. Your subject's Zhao Changshu's loyalty has increased to 100 points. He has become your dead loyal subject. Zhou Zhou was stunned. Then, he saw Zhao Changshu bow respectfully to him. Then this subordinate will go back and rest. He said respectfully. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Zhao Changshu turned around and left with a faint smile on his face. Zhou Zhou watched him return to his own residence before he returned to the Lord's courtyard and put on the outfit of the new wind ceremony. Then, he found a deserted place to practice flying with it. He only stopped when Wu Tu returned with the scouts. Zhou Zhou flew down from the sky and landed in front of Wu Tu, who was covered in dust. Wu Tu looked at this scene in shock. However, he did not forget his duty. He immediately took out a map and handed it to Zhou Zhou respectfully. My lord, I've already scouted the entire desolate Gobi with my team members. I also drew a map of the desolate Gobi. This is the regional map of the desolate Gobi. Zhou Zhou took it and glanced at it. Then, he raised his eyebrows. That was because apart from a few Scarlet Lords, he also saw a kobold tribe in the desolate Gobi. Zhou Zhou looked at the special note beside him. After knowing that the kobold tribe was not strong, he stopped paying attention to them. Let's ignore them for now. Naturally, the Novice Lord test happening the next day was more important. However, when the Novice Lord test ended, he could lead troops to conquer this Black Iron Tier territory with this regional map of the desolate Gobi. He would clear the safety hazards around Desolate City for a commercial city under his command in the future. Well done. Zhou Zhou praised Wu Tuesday. Wu Tu chuckled. I'll draw up a regional map of Thorn Dune tomorrow. He said. Something big will happen in the territory tomorrow. Don't go out. It's not too late for you to go out when tomorrow's business is over. Zhou Zhou said. Wu Tu was stunned but he agreed without asking further. After that, Zhou Zhou chatted with Wu Tu for a while before he got Wu Tu to bring the soldiers back. Zhou Zhou practiced flying here for a while. After feeling that he could completely control the flying ability of the new wind ceremony, he returned to the Lord's courtyard in satisfaction. It was already very late. Zhou Zhou had no intention of continuing to be busy. He lay on the bed and quietly thought about tomorrow. The novice lord test is tomorrow. The opportunity to check my development results in the past few days is here. He thought calmly. He thought back to the developments in the past 7 days. He could already pat his chest and say that he had done his best. Even if something really happened, he would not blame himself or anyone else. Rest, focus your spirit and prepare for tomorrow's novice lord test. At this thought, Zhou closed his eyes and quickly fell asleep. The next day. The sun had not fully risen yet, so the sky was still a little dark. In the master bedroom of the Lord's courtyard, Zhou opened his eyes. The look in his eyes quickly changed from just waking up to full of vigor. All his fatigue was swept away. Zhou opened the world channel. Current countdown, 2 hours, 12 minutes, 7 seconds. Another 2 hours. Zhou said softly. Then, he looked at the other lords' comments below it. Even though it was still early, there were already a large number of lords on the Cerulean planet online. The number of lord posts appearing on the world channel could be said to be huge. Tens of millions of posts were refreshed every second. Zhou had no choice but to slow down the refresh speed to see what they were talking about. Brothers and sisters, it's the 8th day. There are still a little more than 2 hours before the novice lord test. I'm suddenly so nervous. Come on. I'm thinking about the posture when I die later. As long as I can pass this novice lord test, I will definitely soar. Brothers and sisters, I thought I wouldn't be afraid previously, but am really afraid now. I'm going to give up my lord status and change my occupation to become an adventurer. I wish you all a bright future. When you're rich in the future, you'll go to your place and be an adventurous fighter. I hope you won't despise me when the time comes. Sigh, it's not certain who will be rich in the future. Life has a dream. Each of us will head on different paths. Brothers and sisters of the Alliance, calm down. When the big shots solve their novice lord test, they will come and help everyone. It will all depend on today's novice lord test if we will become dragons or worms. Charge. Brothers. Stop charging. I'm panicking now. Zhou didn't see any valuable information, so he closed the world channel. He got up and washed up. Then, he put on the new wind ceremony and walked out of the Lord's courtyard. He came to the gate of summoning and prepared to summon today's subjects. A text notification appeared. Prompt, do you want to summon immediately? Yes. Zhou said. As soon as he finished speaking, the gate of summoning suddenly lit up with an even brighter white light. Then, 66 people walked out. Greetings, my lord. When the 66 people came out and saw Zhou, they immediately knelt down and greeted him respectfully. Welcome to Blazing Sun City. Zhou smiled and nodded. Then, he checked the personal information of these 66 people. Chapter 107 Subjects Who Came to Serve. The Novice Lord Test officially begins. There were a total of 10 professionals among these 66 people. Among them were 2 green bronze tier advanced grade cavalrymen, 3 green bronze tier intermediate grade blacksmiths, 1 green bronze tier elementary grade tailor, 1 black iron tier advanced grade carpenter, and 3 black iron tier intermediate grade doctors. Zhou nodded slightly. He even laughed out loud when he saw 2 green bronze tier advanced grade cavalrymen. He had 8,132 military professionals under him, but there was only 1 cavalryman and 1 spearman. Every time he went out to fight, there would be a sea of sword-shield soldiers, poison crossbow soldiers, and elemental archers, but the lone cavalryman and spearman formed a team. It looked rather awkward. There were finally 3 cavalrymen. As for the spearmen, let nature take its course. After that, Zhou got the 2 cavalrymen to report to Bai Yi. Boxen OVL. The remaining people asked them to look for Zheng Yuanqi and let him arrange the place. Then, Zhou Zhou brought Nazario, Bai Yi, and the other 98 people to enter the time ruins. When he entered the time ruins, a line of text suddenly appeared in front of him. The river of time has undergone a special change. The content of the time mission has changed. Then, a mission interface that looked the same as before but had actually changed appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Time Mission 1, eliminating the enemy, did not change much. However, Time Mission 2, protection of the ally, had changed from protect the last 13 elven elemental archers in Indra Town to protect the last 12 elven elemental archers in Indra Town. Zhou Zhou frowned slightly when he saw this change. Soon, Zhou Zhou suddenly realized something when they found the 12 surviving elemental archers. The 13th elemental archer that wasn't around was Nadia. What happened? Zhou Zhou was surprised. He had a vague guess in his heart. However, he was not too sure. In the end, he could only let it go. After all, it was related to the concept of the river of time. No matter what changes happened to the time ruins was not something he could interfere with now. He could only accept this change. Fortunately, this was not a big loss for him. The number of elven elemental archers he could obtain every day would reduce from 13 to 12 at worst. Half an hour later. After completing 2 time missions, they walked out of the time ruins with all their loot. Then, Zhou Zhou brought 384 elemental archers recruitment books to the gate of summoning and summoned 384 Black Iron Tier elementary grade elemental archers recruits. This raised the total number of soldiers under his command to 8,526. Putting aside the 1,000 people in Desolate City, he would have 7,526 people to face the Novice Lord test. As for the 5,000 monsters nurtured in the monster ranches today, he would not lead the troops to clean them up. These monsters were left to Mugu to command and for him to protect himself. A moment later. Outside Blazing Sun City. In the distance. 200 humans dragged their families and luggage over from afar. They soon arrived outside Blazing Sun City's Novice Lord Protection Barrier. They said that they wanted to see the Lord of the Blazing Sun and hoped to join Blazing Sun City and become its official subjects. The soldiers at the city gate naturally could not make such a decision. After calming them down, they immediately ran over to report this matter to Zhou Zhou. 200 people. Zhou Zhou was stunned. Then, he quickly reacted. Zhang Bowen's mission reward did include the submission of 200 Fish Spring Town subjects. It should be this group of people. At the thought of this, Zhou Zhou immediately called Zheng Yuanqi and went outside the Novice Lord's protective barrier with the soldiers. When the 200 subjects saw Zhou Zhou, they immediately became excited. We have been yearning for you because of your reputation for a long time. Please allow us to become your subjects. My husband was killed by the purple scale murderfish. Thank you, Lord of the Blazing Sun, for eliminating these fog monsters. Sir, let us join your territory. Everyone looked at Zhou Zhou expectantly. 200 Fish Spring Town subjects request to join your territory and become your subjects. Do you agree? Zhou Zhou naturally agreed. Thank you for thinking so highly of me. I naturally welcome everyone to join Blazing Sun City. From now on, we're family. Zhou Zhou roared. Everyone immediately cheered. Then, Zhou Zhou asked Zheng Yuanqi to take over these people and arrange their accommodation and work. When he saw these 200 people, he felt a little lucky. Fortunately, these people came at this time. If they happened to come during the Novice Lord test, Zhou Zhou could not guarantee that nothing would happen to them. In the time that followed, Zhou Zhou did not do anything else but let the soldiers and Nazario conserve their energy and wait for the next Novice Lord test. Nazario also knew that a great battle was waiting for it. It had always been lazy. Nonetheless, a faint dragon might came from its body even though it was still lying on the ground. The dragon eyes opened and closed. One could see the blazing dark red flames in its eyes and the terrifying will for destruction. Surging fire elemental energy surrounded it. It seemed to be ready to pour out at any time to eliminate all enemies who dare to stand in its way. Even the subjects and soldiers who usually dared to approach Nazario did not dare to approach it at this moment. More than an hour later, Zhou Zhou opened the world channel. He realized that the Novice Lord test would begin in 3 minutes. 3 minutes later, Zhou Zhou stared at the final countdown. Countless lords of the myriad races were also staring at the final countdown in the entire high continent. Current countdown, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 12 seconds. Current countdown, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 11 seconds. Current countdown, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 8 seconds. Current countdown, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 3 seconds. Current countdown, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 2 seconds. Current countdown, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 1 second. Right at this moment. Rumble. Suddenly, the sky in all regions of the high continent changed drastically. Vast scarlet fog covered the sky. Scarlet lightning bolts interweaved in the scarlet fog in the sky like dense blood snakes. At this moment, the air became heavy. The world became extremely oppressive. Elven Empire, Alanos. The original Elven Empress Elizariel looked at the changes in the weather. Her expression was complicated. There was a hint of anticipation in the depths of her eyes. Lords, will there really be a lord of all races among you? She muttered to herself. Aurora Kingdom Royal Palace. Li Yuangan frowned as he looked at the sudden change in the weather. Then, he instructed the minister beside him. Get the lords of the various regions to appease the Aurora subjects in their region. At a time like this, don't let anything go wrong. Also, inform the lords at the border to be careful of the Tane Kingdom. To prevent them from taking advantage of this opportunity to invade. Yes, Your Majesty. The minister said respectfully. Then, he immediately passed down the order. In the starry sky, the divine kingdoms and the countless stars shone brightly. The god spirits who lived in the divine kingdom were also watching this novice lord test at this moment. At the same time, the countdown in the eyes of all the lords reached the end. Current countdown, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 0 second. Rumble. Rows of blood-colored text notifications appeared in front of the lords accompanied by the earth-shattering scarlet thunder. The Novice Lord development period is over. The Novice Lord test has officially begun. Chapter 108 Novice Lord Test. First Round of Monsters. I will now announce the rules of the Novice Lord Test. The Novice Lord Test this time is Scarlet Wave. Test Rule 1, in the following period of time, the territory of every lord of the myriad races will welcome wave after wave of attacks from the fog monsters. Fog monsters will be stronger and the interval of attacks will be longer with each wave. At the same time, the rewards after each round of attacks from the fog monsters will be more generous. Test Rule 2, when the fog monster's attack reaches the 6th round, you will be considered to have passed the Novice Lord test and obtain the qualifications to become an official lord. You will also obtain the basic lord reward. Test Rule 3, this Novice Lord test will result in a Novice Lord ranking. The higher the ranking of the lord who persists in the fog monster's attacks, the better the rewards obtained during the settlement. After the Novice Lord test ends, the lord ranked first on the Novice Lord ranking will obtain the title of the strongest Novice Lord and the highest reward personally given by the Supreme Will. Test Rule 4, when the lord advances to the 6th round of fog monster attacks, the lord can choose to enter the ultimate challenge mode and accept more rounds of fog monster attacks to increase his ranking on the Novice Lord rankings. May all the lords successfully pass this novice lord test and become official lords of the high continent, obtain the qualifications to compete for the slot of the lord of all races, and reach the final position. Prompt, in 10 minutes, the new lords will welcome the first round of the Scarlet Wave's fog monster attack. Please be prepared. The next second. Zhou saw the novice lord protection barrier that had protected Blazing Sun City's territory for 7 days slowly disappeared. It is not until now that we, the lords, have officially begun to face the dangers of the high continent. Boxen OVL. Zhou thought to himself when he saw this. Then, he came back to his senses and carefully checked the rules of this novice lord test. A moment later. The rules are easy to understand. But it's actually not that easy, we'll have to experience it personally in the next fog monster attack. Zhou was deep in thought. At this moment, 2 notifications sounded. The novice lord ranking has been activated. You can check the current ranking of the lords by chanting silently. The novice lord ranking. Zhou muttered to himself. Then, a blood-colored virtual ranking list appeared in front of him. There were 100 lords on the blood-colored virtual rankings. He didn't recognize any of them. At the bottom were the current number of pages, 181st, 231, 212, page. Zhou silently recited his lord title. The page immediately refreshed. Soon. He found himself ranked at 3,615 for 21, 542 th. He shook his head and closed the novice lord ranking. Then, he followed horse path and walked to the city wall. Greetings, my lord. Bai Wuxia, and Zhang Tsang, the 3 Blazing Sun Army Deputy Legion commanders immediately greeted Zhou respectfully when they saw him. Zhou acknowledged. Then, he looked at the defense on the city wall. At this moment, the 4 walls were already filled with soldiers. Among them were 1,000 poison crossbow soldiers, 1,000 elemental archers, and 1,000 sword-shield soldiers. 2,000 long-range soldiers were responsible for shooting at enemies from afar. The 1,000 sword-shield soldiers were in charge of dealing with the enemies who tried to climb up the city wall. There were still 4,523 soldiers under the city wall. They could climb up the city wall through the horse path at any time to support and change the defense. The 8 Aurora Towers were already in activation mode. They could kill enemies in the distance at any time. When Zhou saw this, he felt slightly relieved. In their preparation plan, if an enemy attacked, their first line of defense was the sand crystal city walls and the long-range professionals. After the long-range soldiers ran out of ammunition and food, the sword-shield soldiers and Pudeo soldiers, these 2 types of melee professionals, would be the second line of defense. They would charge out of the city wall and engage the enemy in close combat to stop the enemy from charging into the city. If a large number of enemies appeared, the 8 Aurora Towers would activate Ray mode and launch a ranged attack on the enemy, destroying a large-scale enemy as the third defensive line. Finally, there was Nazario, a pure-blooded white silver-tier intermediate-grade dragon. Its mission was very simple. It would participate in the entire battle, specifically killing high combat units among the enemies or destroying the war machines that might appear. This was their initial plan. After the actual battle, Wuxia and the others would make changes according to the specific situation. Zhou said nothing. He silently looked into the distance, waiting for the incoming enemy. At the same time, the territory of the Dragon Lady Lord. On the 10-meter-tall normal wall, more than 100 human professionals were standing guard. Under the wall, 6 green bronze-tier advanced-grade wyverns roared from time to time. The Dragon Lady Lord stood at the side and comforted them while looking into the distance, waiting for the first round of fog monsters to arrive. The day has finally come. The Dragon Blood Queen is my talent. But starting today, it will also become a title for me. At this moment. As a woman, not only was the Dragon Lady Lord not afraid, her eyes were actually full of vigor. The Overlord Lord's territory. Xiang Shuaba sat on a huge rock and used a stone knife to grind his fingernails calmly. Beside him, a 5-meter-long Overlord spear stood on the ground. Their sizes were in stark contrast. It looked completely asymmetrical. Xiang Shuaba exuded a domineering aura, yet the scene in front of him was incomparably harmonious. As for this green bronze tier advanced grade Overlord spear, it was forged by a lord in the Overlord Association who had a green bronze tier advanced grade blacksmith. The price was. He would protect this lord in the future. This was naturally easy for him. My lord. The soldiers have already hidden the subjects. A skinny subject ran over and reported to Xiang Shuaba. Xiang Shuaba nodded and continued to polish his nails. My lord. I heard from you that something big will happen today. Is there anything I can help you with? The subject asked. Xiang Shuaba thought for a while and said, Get me wine and meat. I'll come and have a bite when I'm hungry. The subject was stunned. Don't you need soldiers to help? He asked boldly. I alone am enough. Yes, my lord. Undead Lord's territory. On the 10-meter-tall dilapidated wall. Zhang Han, who had a dark expression, looked into the distance with a calm expression. He could sense it. The aura of life forms that he hated was approaching. Get ready to kill. His voice was hoarse. Yes, my lord, a group of faint voices sounded. Below the wall. 1 green bronze tier advanced grade Death Knight, 10 green bronze tier intermediate grade Malefice, 50 green bronze tier elementary grade Skeleton Generals, 200 black iron tier advanced grade Skeleton Archers, 500 black iron tier intermediate Skeleton Axemen, 1000 black iron tier elementary grade Skeleton Swordsmen. They were standing there quietly, ready to fight at any time. Blazing Sun City. 10 minutes later. A blood-colored notification appeared in front of Zhou. The first round of fog monsters has appeared. Lord, please be prepared. Enemy has appeared. A soldier immediately warned loudly on the guard tower. He didn't need to say anything. The others saw it too. In the distance. A scarlet fog that was more than 10 meters tall surged towards Blazing Sun City like a wave. The scarlet fog gradually dissipated as it got closer. Enemies emerged from the fog. They were 5 fog monsters that looked like giant wolves. They were more than 2 meters tall and more than 4 meters long. They had ferocious purple claws. There were no other organs on their faces, only a vertical purple eye. Zhou looked at it. A monster notification appeared. Monster name, Demon Eye Wolf, Strength Level, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade, Monster Description, the first round of the Novice Lord Test, Fog Monsters. Kill them and you can obtain the first round of the Novice Lord Treasure Chest. Loot's drop rate, 2 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores, drop rate, 100%, 1 Black Iron Tier Basic Materials Pack, drop rate, 5%. Chapter 109 Ranking Up. Gradeless Basic Military Profession Change Certificate Gift Bag. There was nothing to say about such a weak monster. Bai Yi ordered the 30 poison crossbow soldiers to fire in unison when they entered the range of the poison crossbow soldiers. These 5 low-level Black Iron Demon Eye Wolves died on the way to attack the city. A text notification appeared. Prompt 1. You have defeated the first round of Fog Monsters and obtained the first round of Novice Lord Treasure Chest. Prompt 2. In 10 minutes, the second round of Fog Monsters will appear near your territory and will attack your territory. Please be prepared for battle. A treasure chest with the length, width, and height of 1 meter appeared in front of Zhou out of thin air. The treasure chest was completely black and had the word 1 written on the lid. Zhou looked at it curiously. An item information notification appeared. Novice Lord Treasure Chest. 1. It contains the reward for passing the first round of Fog Monster attack. He opened it. Inside was a squarish black iron package. Item name, Basic Resource Pack, Boxen OVL. COM, Item Level, Black Iron Tier, Item Effect. After opening it, you can obtain 100 units of stone, 100 units of wood, 100 units of metal, 100 units of fine sand, 100 kilograms of water bag, and 100 kilograms of rice. Item description, Black Iron Tier Basic Resource Pack. There is a batch of basic resources stored inside. Zhou. Didn't he see it in the loot drop rate of the Demon Eye Wolf too? Could it be that the attacking fog monsters had a chance of dropping the same item as the Novice Lord Treasure Chest? At this moment, Bai Yi had already gotten someone to open the city gate and bring back the 5 Demon Eye Wolf corpses and arrows. Zhou retrieved their loot. He obtained a total of 10 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores and 5 Black Iron Tier Basic Resource Packs. He specially took a look at the contents of these 5 Black Iron Tier Basic Resource Bags. In the end, he realized that they were indeed identical to the Basic Resource Pack items in the treasure chest. Zhou fell into deep thought. It was too early to conclude anything. Let's see what happens to the subsequent fog monsters. He thought. He did not open the resource bags immediately. These resources were useless to the current situation after all. Therefore, he planned to use it after the test ended. Then, he opened the Novice Lord ranking and looked at his ranking. Lord of the Blazing Sun, 3,510,248,849, he advanced by more than 100 million in ranking. Zhou closed the rankings. The first round of attack by the fog monsters was indeed relatively easy for most lords. 10 minutes later, a blood-colored notification appeared in front of Zhou. The second round of fog monsters has appeared. Lord, please be prepared. Another scarlet mist appeared in the distance as the soldier sounded the warning again. After the scarlet fog dissipated, 10 wild boars with black scales and ferocious tusks appeared in the distance. Among them were 8 Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Normal Monsters and 2 Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade Normal Monsters. Zhou looked at the 2 Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade Wild Boars. Monster name, Black Scaled Boar, Strength Level, Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade, Monster Description, the second round of the Novice Lord Test, Fog Monsters. If you kill them, you can obtain the second round of the Novice Lord Treasure Chest. Loot's drop rate, for Black Iron Tier Mist Cores, drop rate, 100%, 2 Black Iron Tier Basic Materials Packs, drop rate, 5%, 1 Gradeless Bowman Class Change Certificate, drop rate, 1%. He then looked at the Black Scaled Boar's loot. He realized that it was exactly the same as the Demon Eye Wolf's loot. They were naturally not difficult for Zhou. These 10 black scaled boars were all dead after just 2 rounds fired by 50 poison crossbow soldiers. Prompt 1, you have defeated the second round of fog monsters and obtained the second round of Novice Lord Treasure Chest. Prompt 2, in 30 minutes, the third round of fog monsters will appear near your territory and will attack your territory. Please be prepared for battle. A new treasure chest appeared in front of Zhou. It was not much different from the previous treasure chest. It was just that, the words on it changed from 1 to 2. Zhou opened the treasure chest. There were 5 Black Iron Tier Basic Resource Packs, 5 Gradeless, Bowman Class Change Certificates and 3 Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade Bowman Recruitment Books. Then, he extracted the spoils of war of the 10 Black Scaled Boars. He obtained a total of 24 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores, 12 Black Iron Tier Basic Resource Packs, 2 Gradeless Bowman Class Change Certificates. Then, he handed the 3 Bowman Recruitment Books to Bai Yi and asked her to use them at the Gate of Summoning. Soon, Bai Yi returned with 3 Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Bowmen who joined the soldiers on the city wall. Zhou Zhou opened the Novice Lord ranking again. Lord of the Blazing Sun, 3,354,517,816. This time, he had advanced by more than 200 million places. He closed the rankings and opened the World Channel to see the reactions of the other lords. He realized that most lords could accept the current difficulty. However, a very small number of lords expressed that they were about to reach their limits. These lords were either lords who had not developed well in the past 7 days and had even suffered losses because they went out to hunt, or they were unlucky and did not summon many military professionals from the gate of summoning. They were very weak when facing the attacks of monsters. Luck is also part of the Novice Lord test. Zhou Zhou realized. In the early stages, lords who could summon more military professionals from the gate of summoning, would indeed be much better off than lords summoning more life professionals. He stopped thinking about it and quietly waited for the third round of attacks from the fog monsters. 30 minutes later. The third round of fog monsters has appeared. Lord, please be prepared. The next second. Scarlet fog appeared again in the distance. After the scarlet fog dissipated, 25 monsters appeared in front of them. Among them were 15 Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Normal Monsters, 8 Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade Normal Monsters and 2 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Elite Monsters. They looked like tigers with scarlet eyes. Their bodies were black and purple, and there were black and purple stripes on their bodies. The black stripes seemed to be burning with black and purple flames. The black-purple fire on their bodies swayed as their movements changed. After they appeared, they let out furious roars as they rushed towards Blazing Sun City. Bai Yi got the crossbowmen to prepare for battle. Zhou Zhou took this opportunity to check the information of the strongest monster among them. Monster name, Black Fire Fog Tiger Elite, Strength Level, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade, Monster Description, the third round of the Novice Lord Test Fog Monsters. If you kill them, you can obtain the third round of the Novice Lord Treasure Chest. Loot's drop rate, 8 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores, drop rate, 100%, for Black Iron Tier Basic Materials Pack, drop rate, 5%, 1 Gradeless Basic Military Profession Change Certificate Big Gift Bag, drop rate, 1%, Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows at the end. A big gift bag? Chapter 110 Easy Victory. Life Professionals Recruitment Books Gift Bag. Zhou Zhou was deep in thought. Then, he looked at the other Black Fire Fog Tigers. The Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade Black Fire Mist Tiger only dropped 4 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores, 2 Black Iron Tier Basic Resource Packs, and 1 Basic Military Profession Change Certificate. The Black Fire Fog Tiger only dropped 2 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores and 1 Black Iron Tier Basic Resource Pack. These 25 Black Fire Fog Tigers were killed by 2 rounds of volleys from the 100 poison crossbow soldiers in no time. Prompt 1, you have defeated the third round of Fog Monsters and obtained the third round of Novice Lord Treasure Chest. Prompt 2, the fourth round of Fog Monsters will appear near your territory and will attack your territory in an hour. Please be prepared for battle. The Novice Lord Treasure Chest from the third round appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. He opened it. There were 10 Black Iron Tier Basic Resource Packs, 1 Gradeless Basic Military Profession Change Certificate Big Gift Bag, 1 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Basic Military Recruitment Books Big Gift Bag. There was no need to mention the Basic Resource Pack. Zhou Zhou looked at the remaining 2 rewards. Box and OVL. COM, Item Name, Basic Military Profession Change Certificate Big Gift Bag, Item Level, Gradeless, Item Effect. After opening it, you can obtain 3 Gradeless Sword Shield Soldier Class Change Certificates, 3 Gradeless Pudeo Soldiers Class Change Certificates, 3 Gradeless Spearman Class Change Certificates, 3 Gradeless Bowman Class Change Certificates, and 3 Gradeless Crossbowman Class Change Certificates. Item Description, 1 gradeless basic military profession change certificate gift bag. After opening it, you can obtain 15 mainstream basic military profession change certificates. Item name, Basic Soldier Recruitment Books Big Gift Bag, Item Level, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade, Item Effect. After opening it, you can obtain 1 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Sword Shield Soldier Recruitment Book, 1 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Pudeo Soldiers Recruitment Books, 1 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Spearman Recruitment Books, 1 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Bowman Recruitment Books, and 1 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Crossbowman Recruitment Books. Item description, 1 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Basic Soldier Recruitment Books Gift Bag. After opening it, you can obtain 5 mainstream basic soldier recruitment books. This big gift bag is not bad. Zhou acknowledged. Then, the corpses of the 25 Black Fire Fog Tigers were also sent over. After Zhou extracted their spoils of war, he obtained a total of 78 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores, 39 Black Iron Tier Basic Resource Packs, 8 Gradeless Basic Military Profession Change Certificates, 2 Gradeless Basic Military Profession Change Certificate Big Gift Bags. If only I could cultivate them with monster ranches. Zhou looked at the loots and couldn't help but smack his lips. If his monster ranch could breed them, then the basic soldiers in his territory would be complete. Unfortunately, he would not be able to complete the beginner test if he kept this monster. Naturally, he would not do such a stupid thing. Then, Zhou opened the Novice Lord ranking and looked at his ranking. Lord of the Blazing Sun, 2, 845, 651, 122 th, this time, he directly advanced by more than 500 million places. He glanced at the total number of pages below. Then, his heart sank. 28,456, 511/80, 230, 975, page, I've advanced over 1 million pages. This also means, more than 100 million lords have already failed and are excluded from the Novice Lord ranking. Are they all dead? Zhou took a deep breath. It was only halfway through. There were still 3 more terrifying monster attacks that had yet to begin. How many lords of the Cerulean planet would die during this process? At this moment, Bai Yi had already brought the 5 newly recruited basic soldiers to the Blazing Sun army to participate in the attack of the fog monsters. An hour later, the 4th round of fog monsters has appeared. Lord, please be prepared. Scarlet waves appeared in the distance again. After the scarlet wave dissipated, 10 5-meter-tall red elephants appeared in front of everyone. Zhou looked at them. He realized that they were all elite monsters of the Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade. Furthermore, all of them had thick skin. Its defense was clearly incomparable to the previous monsters. Their loots were also changed. Monster name, Blood Hoof Elephant, Strength Level, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade, Monster Description, Fog Monster in the 4th round of the Novice Lord test. If you kill them, you can obtain the 4th round of Novice Lord Treasure Chest. Loots drop rate, 8 Black Iron Tier Mist Core, drop rate, 100%, for Black Iron Tier Basic Materials Pack, drop rate, 5%, 1 Gradeless Basic Military Profession Change Certificate Big Gift Bag, drop rate, 1%, 1 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Basic Military Recruitment Books Big Gift Bag, drop rate, 1%. 1 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Lifestyle Professional Recruitment Books Big Gift Bag, drop rate, 1%. Bai Yi's expression remained calm when she saw this scene. She gathered 300 poison crossbow soldiers and 300 elemental archers together. Then, they began to shoot arrows at the 10 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Blood Hoof Elephants. Whoosh! 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 300 poison bolts and 300 fire vine arrows transformed into a rain of arrows that descended from the sky and landed around the 10 blood hoof elephants. 6 blood hoof elephants were instantly killed and fell to the ground accompanied by their wails. The other 4 blood hoof elephants were also injured, but they could still charge towards the city wall. Bai Yi gave another order without hesitation and got the 600 soldiers to launch another volley. After a rain of arrows, the 4 blood hoof elephants also lost their vitality and fell to the ground. Prompt 1, you have defeated the 4th round of Fog Monsters and obtained the 4th round of Novice Lord Treasure Chest. Prompt 2, the 2nd round of Fog Monsters will appear near your territory and will attack your territory in an hour and a half. Please be prepared for battle. The 4th Novice Lord Treasure Chest appeared out of thin air in front of him. Zhou Zhou opened the treasure chest. Inside were, 1 green bronze tier basic resource pack. 1 gradeless basic military profession change certificate big gift bag. 1 black iron tier advanced grade basic soldier recruitment books big gift bag. 1 black iron tier advanced grade professionals recruitment books big gift bag. 1 black iron tier mist core big gift bag. There was no need to mention the gradeless basic military profession change certificates and the black iron tier advanced grade recruitment books. Zhou Zhou looked at the other 3 new rewards. Item name, basic resource pack, item level, green bronze tier, item effect, after opening it, you can obtain 1000 units of stone, 1000 units of wood, 1000 units of metal, 1000 units of fine sand, 100 kilograms of water bag, 100 kilograms of rice, 100 units of 100 forged steel, 100 units of light silver. Item description, green bronze tier basic resource pack. It contains a batch of basic resources and some green bronze tier resources. The basic resources have all increased. As for the forged stainless steel and light silver, they should be green bronze tier resources, Zhou Zhou thought. He had heard Carter Kim, the yellow gold tier advanced grade gnome blacksmith, talk about these 2 materials. It was said to be an important material for forging some green bronze tier equipment. They would need a lot of them especially when forging some green bronze tier equipment for high-level military professionals. Then, he looked at the other rewards. Item name, Life Professionals Recruitment Books Big Gift Bag, item level, black iron tier advanced grade, item effect, after opening it, you can obtain 1 black iron tier advanced grade recruitment book, 1 black iron tier advanced grade carpenter recruitment book, 1 black iron tier advanced grade tailor recruitment book, 1 black iron tier advanced grade architect recruitment book, 1 black iron tier advanced grade shipbuilder recruitment book, 1 black iron tier advanced grade doctor recruitment book. Item description, 1 black iron tier advanced grade professional recruitment books. After opening it, you can obtain 6 mainstream professional recruitment books. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. This big gift bag was not bad. He knew that recruitment books for lifestyle professionals and military professionals were completely different. The grade of the military professionals' recruitment books represented their potential. No matter how high his potential was, the professionals would only be at the black iron tier elementary grade when he first summoned them. As for the lifestyle professionals' recruitment books, they represented the grades of professionals that were summoned. This gift bag represented 6 black iron tier advanced grade lifestyle professionals. It was the shipbuilder recruitment book that made him speechless. As a lord of a desert territory, he would actually have a shipbuilder in his territory in the future. Zhou Zhou shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He looked at the last big gift bag. Item name, Mist Core Big Gift Bag, item level, black iron tier, item effect, after opening it, you can obtain 500 black iron tier mist cores. Item description, black iron tier mist core big gift bag. It contains some common currency of the high continent. This mist core big gift bag was the most useless to Zhou Zhou, but it was better than nothing. This time, Zhou Zhou did not look at his ranking again. He wanted to look at it after the 6th round of the Fog Monsters offensive ended. At this moment, Bai Yi also sent troops to pull these 10 blood hoof elephants into the city. Zhou Zhou immediately extracted their loot. He obtained a total of 80 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores, 40 Basic Materials Packs, 10 Gradeless Basic Military Profession Change Certificate Gift Bags, 10 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Basic Military Recruitment Books, and 10 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Lifestyle Professionals Recruitment Books. Zhou Zhou was very satisfied with his gains this time. Just these 10 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Lifestyle Professionals Recruitment Books alone were enough to directly increase the number of Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Lifestyle Professionals in his territory by 60. The reward in the treasure chest should have been the most valuable. However, my 100% drop rate has forcefully turned the items dropped by the monsters into the most valuable items. Zhou Zhou thought with a strange expression. But this was pretty good. It was equivalent to other lords only getting one treasure chest as a reward, while he could rely on the monster's loot to receive rewards several times more than the treasure chest. After that, he opened all 11 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Basic Military Recruitment Books and 11 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Lifestyle Professionals Recruitment Books. He obtained 55 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Basic Military Recruitment Books and 55 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Lifestyle Professionals Recruitment Books. He handed these to Bai Yi and asked her to use them in front of the Gate of Summoning. Soon, another 55 Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade recruits had joined the Blazing Sun Army. At the same time, his territory had also gained 11 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Blacksmiths, 11 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Carpenters, 11 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Tailors, 11 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Builders, 11 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Shipbuilders, and 11 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Doctors. As for the other gift bags, they were not of much use to the current situation. Zhou Zhou still kept them. He would use them after the Novice Lord test ended. An hour and a half later, the 5th round of Fog Monsters has appeared. Lord, please be prepared. Chapter 111 Official Lord Status. Official Lord Reward. Zhou Zhou subconsciously looked into the distance. This time, however, the scarlet fog did not appear there. A large amount of scarlet fog quickly condensed in the sky. Then, blood-colored crows flew out of the scarlet fog. They cawed as they rushed towards Blazing Sun City. Even flying monsters. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised. This was the first time he had faced an enemy which could fly. He looked at them. There were a total of 50 of them. Among them were 10 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Elite Monsters, 15 Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade Monsters, and 25 Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Monsters. Zhou Zhou first looked at the Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Elite Monsters. Monster Name, Blood Nether Crow Elite, Strength Level, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade, Boxen OVL. COM, Monster Description, Fog Monster in the 5th round of the Novice Lord test. If you kill them, you can obtain the 5th round of Novice Lord Treasure Chest. Loot Drop Rate, 8 Black Iron Tier Mist Core, Drop Rate, 100%, for Black Iron Tier Basic Materials Pack, Drop Rate, 5%, 1 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Lifestyle Professionals Recruitment Books Big Gift Bag, Drop Rate, 1%, 1 Gradeless Beginner Military Class Change Certificate Big Gift Bag, Drop Rate, 0, 5%. Then, he looked at the other Blood Nether Crows. Among them, the Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade Blood Nether Crow would drop 4 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores, 2 Black Iron Tier Basic Materials Packs, and 1 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Lifestyle Professionals Recruitment Books Big Gift Bag. The Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Blood Nether Crow would drop 2 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores and 1 Black Iron Tier Basic Materials Pack. It's starting to drop beginner soldiers. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. The only beginner soldiers he knew now were the poison crossbow soldiers and cavalrymen. He did not know what other types of beginner soldiers there were. At the same time, Bai Yi also ordered 500 elemental archers to use fire vine arrows to kill these blood nether crows. However, even though these blood nether crows were not as thick-skinned as the previous blood hoof elephants, they were very agile. The 50 blood nether crows were killed only after the 3 rounds of fire vine arrows. Prompt 1, you have defeated the 5th round of fog monsters and obtained the 5th round of novice lord treasure chest. Prompt 2, the 6th round of fog monsters will appear near your territory and will attack your territory in 2 hours. Please be prepared for battle. The 5th novice lord treasure chest appeared out of thin air in front of him. Zhou did not open the treasure chest immediately. Instead, he stood rooted to the ground, feeling a little emotional. For the past 7 days, he had been conscientiously developing his territory as if he was walking on thin ice. He was right indeed. He had indeed not let down his 7 days of hard work. He could become an official lord as long as he defended until the 6th round of the fog monster attack. The first 5 rounds were actually quite easy for him. He did not feel any difficulty at all. It felt like these monsters were here to deliver themselves to him. However, he soon recovered from this emotion. These 5 rounds of monsters are indeed very weak. I can pass so easily. Therefore the Overlord Lord, Dragon Lady Lord, Undead Lord. These top lords can definitely also pass easily. The supreme challenge later on will be a true competition of strength to widen the gap between us. Zhou thought to himself. Then, he opened the 5th novice lord treasure chest in front of him. Inside were 3 green bronze tier basic resource packs. 1 black iron tier mist core big gift bag. 2 gradeless basic military profession change certificate big gift bags. 2 black iron tier advanced grade basic military profession recruitment books. 2 black iron tier advanced grade lifestyle professionals recruitment books. 1 gradeless beginner soldier class change certificate big gift bag. Among these rewards, Zhou looked at the 2 gift bags that he had never seen before. First was the green bronze tier mist cores big gift bag. There were 500 green bronze tier mist cores inside. Then, there was the gradeless beginner soldier class change certificate big gift bag. Item name, beginner soldier profession change certificate big gift bag, item level, gradeless, item effect. After opening it, you can obtain 1 gradeless cavalryman class change certificate, 1 gradeless scout soldier class change certificate, 1 crossbow soldier class change certificate, and 1 gradeless musketeer soldier class change certificate. Item description, 1 beginner soldier class change certificate big gift bag. After opening it, you can obtain 4 mainstream beginner soldier class change certificates. Cavalrymen, scouts, crossbowmen and musketeers. So these are the 4 mainstream beginner soldiers. Looks like the poison crossbow soldiers are a relatively unorthodox beginner soldier type. Zhou was deep in thought. A moment later, the corpses of 50 blood nether crows were sent over. He directly extracted the loots of these monsters. In total, 190 black iron tier mist cores. 140 black iron tier basic materials packs. 25 black iron tier advanced grade lifestyle professionals recruitment books. 10 gradeless beginner soldier class change certificate big gift bags. Then, Zhou opened the 2 black iron tier advanced grade basic military recruitment books and the 27 black iron tier advanced grade lifestyle professionals recruitment books. He obtained a total of 10 black iron tier advanced grade basic military recruitment books and 162 black iron tier advanced grade lifestyle professionals recruitment books. Then, he handed these to Bai Yi again and asked her to summon them through the gate of summoning. A moment later, the Blazing Sun Army received another 10 new recruits. Blazing Sun City gained another 162 black iron tier advanced grade lifestyle professionals. 2 hours later. The 6th round of fog monsters has appeared. Lord, please be prepared. Zhou took a deep breath. He could get rid of his identity as a novice lord once he had passed this stage to become an official lord of the High Continent. At this moment, scarlet fog appeared in all directions of Blazing Sun City. Then, fog monsters slowly walked out of the fog one after the other. They stared at Blazing Sun City covetously. They include 5 demon-eye wolves, 10 black-scaled boars, 25 black fire fog tigers, 10 blood hoof elephants, 50 blood nether crows. These monsters had previously tested Zhou. At this moment, they were making a comeback. And they were no longer coming from one direction. Instead, they rushed over from all directions of Blazing Sun City, trying to disperse their forces. From there, they would take the opportunity to find the weakest point in the defense and break through it in one go. However, even if they rushed over together, it was still nothing to Blazing Sun City, which had a total of 2,000 long-range soldiers on the city wall. A rain of arrows and more than half of these 100 monsters died. Then, they performed precise marksmanship where the remaining monsters were killed one by one. There was no need for the soldiers under the city wall to change their defense. Then, the last blood nether crow died and fell weakly onto the desert. Rows of golden text notifications appeared. Confirm that you have officially passed the 6th round of attack by the fog monsters. You meet the requirements to become an official lord. You have obtained the status of an official lord. You have obtained the basic lord reward, 1 point for your reputation rating. You have obtained the basic lord reward, Lord's Blessing, Supreme Barrier. You have obtained basic lord reward, Battle Resurrection Scroll X1. You have received basic lord reward, Potential Advancement Potion, Extraordinary Tier, X1. You have obtained the basic lord reward, Cerulean Planet Human Race Architecture Blueprint, Imperial Ancestral Temple ×1. You have obtained the basic lord reward, 1 chance to participate in the Supreme Challenge. You have 3 hours to prepare. After 3 hours, you can choose to accept the Supreme Challenge and fight for the title of the strongest novice lord and the final Supreme Reward. Or you can give up this opportunity and participate in the subsequent official lord event. A smile appeared on Zhou's face. He had obtained the official title of a lord. Chapter 112 Checking the Reward. Imperial Ancestral Temple. Zhou sighed. The first 6 rounds of fog monster attacks in this novice lord test might be a little difficult for a lord who was developing normally. However, it was indeed too simple for him, who had developed exceptionally well. But then he began to think. Looking at it this way. The Supreme will have a pass rate for a novice lord strength. It should be about whether a new lord could defeat 100 monsters below the green bronze tier after 7 days of development. Thinking of this, Zhou opened the novice lord ranking and looked at his ranking. Lord of the Blazing Sun, 815,658,544. His expression did not change at all. Then he looked at the total number of pages below. 81,565,854/75,011,542, page, Boxen OVL. Zhou's heart sank when he saw the total page number. 5 million pages were gone. This meant that at least 500 million lords had died in this novice lord test. The novice lord test for most lords had not ended yet, so many have perished. How many lords from the Cerulean planet would be left after the novice lord test officially ended? He couldn't help but open the world channel. Surprisingly, there were very few lords on the world channel. Only a small number of lords who had passed the novice lord test were discussing the Supreme Challenge in 3 hours. Zhou watched these people chat. These people who had completed the 6th round of the fog monsters attack at this time were clearly not weak. They were all his competitors in the Supreme Challenge. As for the lords who were not online, either they were still facing the attack of the fog monster or they had already failed and died in this novice lord test. Zhou was silent for a moment. Then, he closed the world channel. He could not save the lords of the cerulean planet. The only thing he could do now was to protect himself. Then, Zhou Zhou opened the sixth treasure chest. Inside were 5 green bronze tier basic resource packs, 3 green bronze tier mist core big gift bags, 5 gradeless basic military profession change certificate big gift bags, 5 black iron tier advanced grade basic military recruitment books big gift bags, 5 black iron tier advanced grade lifestyle professionals recruitment books big gift bags, 3 gradeless beginner soldier class change certificate big gift bags, 3 gradeless beginner soldier recruitment book big gift bags. There was no need to look at the other items. Zhou Zhou looked at the 3 gradeless beginner soldier recruitment book big gift bags. He discovered that there were a total of 3 gradeless cavalryman recruitment books, 3 gradeless scout recruitment books, 3 crossbowman recruitment books, and 3 gradeless musketeer recruitment books. After Zhou Zhou opened them, he handed them to Bai Yi to summon. A moment later, Bai Yi brought 12 beginner soldier recruits over. "Greetings, my lord," the 12 people said respectfully. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, he checked the attributes of the scouts, crossbowmen, and musketeers. He had seen cavalrymen a long time ago, so he naturally didn't need to. Subject, Li Hao, territory, Blazing Sun City, soldier type, scout, strength level, black iron tier elementary grade, ability overview. He was originally a clown actor in Seal Circus. Later on, Seal Circus was destroyed by the Scarlet Legion in the war. He alone was saved. After that, he joined the army and became a scout. He had the intention to eliminate all the fog monsters. Skills, black iron tier elementary grade investigation, black iron tier elementary grade disguise, black iron tier elementary grade infiltration, black iron tier elementary grade intelligence gathering, black iron tier elementary grade close combat, black iron tier elementary grade assassination, loyalty, 83, potential, yellow gold tier elementary grade, subject, Wang Yunsheng, territory, Blazing Sun City, soldier type, crossbow soldier, strength level, black iron tier elementary grade. Ability overview, descendant of yellow gold tier intermediate grade military professionals. When he grew up, his family arranged for him to join the army and he directly became a beginner soldier military professional. Skills, black iron tier elementary grade crossbow technique, black iron tier elementary grade triple shot, black iron tier elementary crossbow repair, black iron tier elementary grade basic aim, black iron tier elementary grade movement aim. Loyalty, 83, potential, white silver tier advanced grade, subject, Sun Disheng, territory, Blazing Sun City, soldier type, musketeer, strength level, black iron tier elementary grade, ability overview, a child from a poor family. In order to find a way out, he grew up and became a soldier. After he was discovered to have marksmanship talent, he changed his profession and became a musketeer. Skills, black iron tier elementary grade gun technique, black iron tier elementary grade basic aiming, black iron tier elementary grade mobile marksmanship, black iron tier elementary grade musket maintenance, black iron tier elementary grade musket repair. Loyalty, 80, potential, white silver tier advanced grade. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. The 3 beginner soldiers each had their own characteristics. Moreover, they were much stronger than basic soldiers. As expected of beginner soldiers. Zhou Zhou then got Bai Yi to bring these 12 people to join the Blazing Sun Army. He checked the rewards for becoming an official lord. The first was naturally the 1 reputation rating point. He opened the reputation ranking and saw that he already had 5 reputation rating. At this stage, he could look down on all the lords. The lords after him only had 1 reputation rating point without exception. Then, it was the Lord's blessing, supreme barrier. Zhou Zhou found it in his skill panel. Skill name, Lord's blessing, supreme barrier, skill quality, special, skill description, an official lord's exclusive skill. Every time a lord conquers a city or builds a city, a supreme barrier will automatically rise in the city after the lord agrees to it, to prevent the scarlet fog from invading the territory. The lord can close the supreme barrier of any territory at any time. So, is this another type of novice lord protective barrier? It can repel the scarlet fog, but it is unable to stop the enemy from breaking in. Zhou pondered. With a thought. The next second, Zhou saw a golden square light barrier rise from the ground in the distance. It enveloped the entire territory of Blazing Sun City in the blink of an eye. Zhou nodded slightly. Even though this supreme barrier could only stop the invasion of the scarlet fog and not other enemies, he had the Sand Crystal City wall in his territory. There was no need to worry too much about this. He also activated the supreme barrier for the distant desolate city. Then, he looked at the reward scroll. The Battle Resurrection Scroll. It was a large green scroll that emitted a faint green light and was filled with a life force visible to the naked eye. Item name, Battle Resurrection Scroll, Item grade, Special, Item effect, all living beings that die in a battle can be revived upon use. When Zhou saw this, he immediately understood that this was prepared for those lords who had suffered heavy losses after passing the novice lord test. With this scroll, the newly promoted official lords would not lose too much of their strength before the next novice lord test at the very least. This could also give official lords like them a normal start so that they could integrate into the upcoming competition. However, he had a question. Can this Battle Resurrection Scroll be used in the Supreme Challenge? He immediately asked. The next second, a text notification appeared. Lord Hint, the Supreme Challenge can be considered a battle. Zhou's heart stirred. He could challenge the next Supreme Challenge without any worries with this Battle Resurrection Scroll. He then turned his attention to the bottle of Extraordinary Tier Potential Advancement Potion. Potion name, Potential Advancement Potion, Potion grade, Extraordinary Tier, Potion effect. After consuming it, it can increase the potential of life forms below the Extraordinary Tier level to the potential of an Advanced Grade Extraordinary Tier. Potion description, Precious Life Sublimation Potion. Zhou looked at the Potential Advancement Potion in his hand and was a little excited. Extraordinary Tier Potential. This was already a potential that far exceeded the upper limit of human potential. The first person he thought of was Zhao Changshu. He had already reached the upper limit of his potential. Moreover, Elder Zhao worked hard for the territory. Especially for this novice lord test. Elder Zhao was definitely one of the people who had contributed the most. He was definitely qualified to use this bottle of Extraordinary Tier Potential Advancement Potion. As for himself, he did not need to use it. This was because the lords did not have any potential. According to the deduction by the lords on the World Channel, the lords of all races who had been recruited should have no upper limit of potential. Or rather, their potential was very high, there was even no need for potential to appear for the time being. Therefore, it was better to give this bottle of Extraordinary Tier Potential Advancement Potion to others. Elder Zhao should still be resting now. Let's give it to him after the Novice Lord test. Zhou thought. Then, he looked at the last reward other than the Supreme Challenge. The blueprint of the human race on Cerulean Planet, Imperial Ancestral Temple. Construction Blueprint Name, Imperial Ancestral Temple, Construction Blueprint Level, Special, Construction Blueprint Effect 1, Ancestral Protection. Different types of statue of the human ancestors on Cerulean Planet can provide various buffs to territories, subjects, and lords after settling into the statue of the human ancestors on Cerulean Planet. Construction Blueprint Effect 2, Ancestral Blessing. The Lord will go to the Imperial Ancestral Temple to worship the ancestors before each big battle. There is a chance of obtaining a random temporary war buff effect. Construction Blueprint Effect 3. When lords and forces under them go out to hunt fog monsters, they will encounter fog monsters that have a very small chance of dropping the statue of the human ancestors of Cerulean Planet. Construction Blueprint Description. construction blueprint of the human race on Cerulean planet, a major matter of the country. Sacrifice and war. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up when he saw the building blueprints effect. What an interesting and unique feature of the Cerulean planet. Especially the last building blueprint effect. Zhou Zhou looked at it and could not help but smile. Small probability. All of them could become 100% probabilities in front of him. He could not help but fantasize. In the future, there would be hundreds or even more ancestral statues in his imperial ancestral temple. When the time comes, the buff effect would be maxed out. A moment later, Bai Yi came over and brought over the corpses of the 100 fog monsters. Zhou Zhou came back to his senses. He took out the Conqueror's blast furnace and successfully extracted all the loots from the corpses of the 100 fog monsters. He obtained a total of 421 black iron tier mist cores. 197 black iron tier basic resource packs. 10 gradeless basic military profession change certificates. 22 gradeless basic military profession change certificate big gift bags. 10 black iron tier advanced grade basic military recruitment books big gift bags. 30 black iron tier advanced grade lifestyle professionals recruitment books big gift bags. Zhou Zhou opened all the recruitment books and big gift bags. He obtained a total of 50 military professionals recruits and 180 black iron tier advanced grade lifestyle professionals. TSK Tisk. Getting 230 professionals directly. This is much faster than summoning professionals every day. This 100% drop rate is ridiculous. I didn't expect it to be so useful in the Novice Lord test and to give me so many gains. Zhou Zhou sighed inwardly. After that, he told the soldiers to rest well and prepare for the Supreme Challenge 3 hours later. 3 hours later, a line of blood-colored text appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Would you like to take on the Supreme Challenge as an official lord? Yes. Zhou Zhou said without hesitation. Chapter 113 Supreme Challenge. Fire Demon. 1. Just as Zhou Zhou chose to accept the Supreme Challenge. Rumble. Thick scarlet fog quickly spread outside the supreme barrier of Blazing Sun City. Crimson lightning continuously flashed and exploded. The world turned scarlet. All the Blazing Sun City subjects were dumbfounded when they saw the changes in the weather. Fear appeared in the eyes of many subjects. Zhou Zhou looked at this scene thoughtfully. He also felt a sense of oppression. Still. Is this really a challenge from the Supreme Will? Why does it feel like the work of the Crimson Overlord, Boxen OVL? Zhou Zhou complained in his heart. At this moment, a line of notifications appeared in front of Zhou Zhou again. Supreme Will notification. In 10 minutes, the newborn Scarlet Lord from the Crimson Overlord will launch more siege battles against the lords who have accepted the Supreme Challenge. Please be prepared. Supreme Challenge Rule 1, all the forces under the Lord can recover to their peak state after every round of the Supreme Challenge ends, as long as the Lord is still alive. Some of the battle losses can also be restored. Supreme Challenge Rule 2, the Lord has the right to withdraw from the Supreme Challenge before the next round begins after every round. The rules are favorable for the challenger. I just need to know when to stop. And run away from the fight. But, the Crimson Overlord is really involved. The corners of Zhou Zhou's mouth twitched. You are this king's opponent. At this moment, a hoarse and deep voice sounded. The voice seemed to come from all directions. Its tone was filled with arrogance and terror. Zhou Zhou seemed to have sensed some danger. His eyes narrowed. Even Nazario, which had been lying on its stomach, seemed to have sensed something and stood up. Its scarlet dragon eyes stared coldly at something in the depths of the scarlet fog. And its movement seemed to have attracted the existence in the scarlet fog. Look what I found. A young lava dragon. There's actually a hero. Tsk tisk. Lord from the Supreme Will, tell me your name. Even though it will end the same way as the lords I've killed in the past. But an opponent like you shouldn't remain nameless like them. You have the right to let this king know your name. The voice said with interest. Zhou Zhou frowned slightly. The owner of this voice should be his opponent in the Supreme Challenge later. The other party should have seen through his strength after listening to its words. Yet, it was still so relaxed. Was it confident that it could deal with him? Zhou Zhou looked at Nazario. Nazario sent him a one-on-one, winnable, reply. Zhou Zhou immediately calmed down. I am the Lord of the Blazing Sun. He said calmly. Lord of the Blazing Sun. I'll remember that. This king's name is, it was about to say something when it heard Zhou Zhou saying calmly. You don't have to say anything. I've killed a lot of nobodies. You won't be an exception. I'm not interested in the name of a corpse. An incapable soldier is just a soldier, but an incapable commander would bring out a team of incapable soldiers. Aura was very important when two armies faced each other. If he showed his fear or let the other party's aura suppress his side, it would definitely have a bad impact on the battle later. Especially since so many soldiers and subjects were looking at him. Regardless of whether he would take the initiative to withdraw from this Supreme Challenge later. He just had to suppress the other party's aura verbally right now. If not for the fact that he was worried about affecting his image, Zhou Zhou wanted to let the other party experience the power of Dr. Mundo, the madman of Zone 1. The effect of his words was obvious. The fear in many people's eyes disappeared. They looked at their lord in a relaxed manner. Some soldiers and subjects couldn't help but laugh. The tense atmosphere was instantly cleared. The strong will to fight quietly intensified. The other party was also stunned by Zhou Zhou's words. Then, it immediately became angry. Very good. Fearless worms. In a while, this king will let you know what it's like to be burned to death by flames. You talk too much. Zhou Zhou could not be bothered to continue arguing with it, seeing that the effect he wanted had been achieved. The other party snorted. Then, it stopped talking. After a while, a challenge notification appeared. Supreme Challenge, the first round of the Supreme Challenge has begun. Lord, please be prepared. The next second, a large number of monsters rushed into the Supreme Barrier from the fog. There were more than 1,000 monsters. There was a 10 times difference in numbers compared to the number of fog monsters in the 6th round. They were at least 3 to 4 meters tall. Their bodies were greenish-white, and there were 2 huge curved horns on their foreheads. Their eyes were blood-red, and there were 2 huge fangs growing upwards under their mouths. They had a pair of blood-red wings on their backs and held a huge axe burning with flames. Black-red flames and smoke surrounded them, making them look rather terrifying. Zhou Zhou looked at them. A monster notification appeared. Monster name, Fire Demon, Strength Level, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade, Monster Description, the first round of the Supreme Challenge with a fog monster. It was once a fire demon on the 601st level of the Abyss when it was alive. Kill them and you can obtain the first round of the Supreme Challenge treasure chest. Chapter 114 Supreme Challenge. Fire Demon. 2. Loot's drop rate, 2 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores, drop rate, 100%, 2 Black Iron Tier Abyss Crystals, drop rate, 50%, 1 bottle of Black Iron Potential Advancement Potion, drop rate, 10%, 1 Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Abyss Contract Book, drop rate, 5%, so this is the Supreme Challenge, there are so many items to drop. And it will actually drop the Potential Advancement Potion? Zhou Zhou was a little surprised. There might be a huge difference from the previous test, but it was not difficult for him. He didn't even need to do anything himself. More than 1,000 fire demons first rushed towards the 4 monster ranches closest to them. Mu Gu watched this scene calmly. The 1,250 desert fog lizards, 1,250 black-tailed fog scorpions, 1,250 sandmen, and 1,250 wild sand believers under his control were also looking at them quietly. Some of the fire demons sensed that something was wrong. Boxen OVL. COM however, the will of destruction and slaughter burned in their minds. As low-level demons, they did not have the ability to think too much and were driven by instinct to kill these monsters. When all of them entered the monster ranches, "Destroy them," Mu Gu said calmly. The next second, the 5,000 monsters that were originally extremely quiet immediately rushed towards these fire demons to kill them. Even though there were only about 1,000 fire demons, they were not afraid of these 5,000 monsters at all. Some of the fire demons opened their mouths and spat out black-red flames, burning several fog monsters to death. Some of the fire demons let out a furious roar. The surrounding ranch monsters immediately turned around and fled as if they had encountered something terrifying. More demons were fanatically using the fire giant axes in their hands to fight crazily in close combat. As for these thousands of desert fog lizards, black-tailed fog scorpions, sandmen, and wild sand believers, even though their individual combat strength was inferior to these fire demons, the advantage of numbers was enough for them to attack these enemies. A moment later, these 1,000-odd fire demons were killed. However, Mu Gu frowned. This was because more than 3,000 ranch monsters had died on his side. But in the next second, all the dead ranch monsters were instantly revived. Even the partially destroyed monster ranch fence was instantly restored to its original state. These newly resurrected ranch monsters looked around blankly, as if they didn't know how they came back to life. At the same time, a challenge notification appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Prompt 1, you have completed the first round of the Supreme Challenge and obtained the first round of the Supreme Challenge treasure chest. Prompt 2, the second round of the Supreme Challenge will begin in an hour. Please prepare for battle in time. Prompt 3, all units that died in battle have been revived. Some of your war losses have been restored. Prompt 4, you can choose to withdraw from the Supreme Challenge now. Naturally, Zhou Zhou would not back out. He did not look at the black gold treasure chest that appeared out of thin air in front of him. Instead, he immediately looked in the direction of the monster ranches. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw all the ranch monsters revive. However, he soon frowned. These fire demons, not only are they crazy in battle, but they are also not afraid of death. Their individual combat strength is also quite terrifying. A tough opponent. For the first time, Zhou Zhou felt the difficulty of the Supreme Challenge. The previous 6 rounds of attacks from the fog monsters were as easy as playing house compared to it. And this was only the first round. How difficult would it be in later stages? Zhou Zhou opened the Novice Lord ranking and looked at his ranking. Lord of the Blazing Sun, 10, 255, 521th, his ranking could be said to have increased greatly. Zhou Zhou was stunned when he saw the ranking. Then, he quickly thought of the reason. The official lord status is a hurdle. A lord who is not confident in his own strength and is satisfied with this identity would probably directly give up on the subsequent Supreme Challenge directly after becoming an official lord. That's why I'm in the top 10 million. People who are still holding on are either reckless or top-notch lords who are confident in their strength. Zhou Zhou looked at the ranking in amazement. This ranking proves that there were more than 10 million lords who completed this step faster than him. There were probably many lords who were fighting in the first round of the Supreme Challenge in the rankings behind him. Good God! They usually kept a low profile on the World Channel. Everyone called themselves weaklings. So, everyone stopped pretending now that it was time for the test, right? Zhou Zhou shook his head. He did not care about this ranking. When had he ever displayed his full strength either? A temporary lead was nothing. Only those who reached the end would obtain the final fruit of victory. Then, he looked at the black gold treasure chest in front of him. A text notification appeared. Supreme Challenge Treasure Chest. The reward for passing the first round of the Supreme Challenge is stored inside. Zhou stepped forward. He opened this Supreme Challenge treasure chest. Inside were 10 green bronze tier basic resource packs, 10 green bronze tier big gift bags, 10 gradeless beginner soldier class change certificate big gift bags, 5 gradeless beginner soldier recruitment books big gift bags, 5 green bronze tier elementary grade lifestyle professionals recruitment books big gift bags, 10 bottles of black iron tier potential advancement potion, 3 bottles of green bronze tier potential advancement potion, 10 green bronze tier elementary grade abyss contract books. Zhou knew all the other items. The 5 green bronze tier elementary grade lifestyle professionals recruitment books big gift bags had a total of 30 green bronze tier elementary grade lifestyle professionals recruitment books, which could recruit 30 green bronze tier elementary grade lifestyle professionals. The remaining green bronze tier potential advancement potion could raise a life form's potential to the green bronze tier advanced grade. As for the last reward, it was also one of the loot of these fire demons. Item name, Abyss Contract Book, Item Level, Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade, Item Effect, Activate the Abyss Contract Book. You can summon a Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade Fire Demon from the 601st level of the Abyss to fight for you. Duration, 30 minutes. Item Description, an Abyss Contract Book made from the blood of the Fire Demon. It contains the power of the Abyss. Special notification. This item is a one-time use item. After using it, it can't be restored as war damage in the Supreme Challenge. Zhou was deep in thought. Then, he put them away. He could still handle the current situation. It was not the time to use these one-time use items. He looked at Nazario. Nazario. Bring Mugu back to the city if he is in danger later. He said. Zhou felt the 5,000 ranch monsters under Mugu would not be enough for the next round of the Supreme Challenge. Nazario nodded. A moment later. The corpses of more than 1,000 fire demons were pulled into Blazing Sun City. There were a total of 1,058 iron-level fire demons and 56 green bronze tier elementary grade fire demons. After all the loots were extracted by Conqueror's blast furnace, he obtained a total of 3,430 black iron tier mist cores, 112 green bronze tier mist cores, 3,430 black iron tier abyss crystals, 112 green bronze tier abyss crystals, 1,058 bottles of black iron tier potential advancement potions, 56 bottles of green bronze tier elementary grade potential advancement potions, 1,058 black iron tier abyss contract books, 56 green bronze tier elementary grade abyss contract books. Zhou put away the other items. Especially the abyss contract books. Then, he looked at the item information of the abyss crystals. He realized that they were similar to the mist cores. They were all products condensed from the energy of the abyss and could also be used as currency in the abyss. Just as Zhou was putting these things away. The terrifying and arrogant voice sounded again. Lord of the Blazing Sun. Do you know why you're fighting me? Zhou's heart stirred. The other party continued. Because this is a bet between the Supreme Will and the Crimson Overlord. It can also be said to be a competition between the youngest lords of both sides. Between us. As well as the other lord factions who are currently challenging. Right now, they are all under the watchful gaze of the Supreme Will and the Crimson Overlord. Those who perform well will get the most benefits. And you are an opponent who can make me shine. After this king defeats you. I will definitely be favored by the Crimson Overlord. It's not impossible for me to replace my father, Ardiles, even if I return to the Abyss in the future. There was an almost fanatical desire in its tone. Don't worry, unfilial son. You will not return back. You're gonna die here. Zhou Zhou said calmly. Humph. You overestimate yourself. The other party was so angry that it stopped talking. A moment later. Supreme Challenge, the second round of the Supreme Challenge has begun. Lord, please be prepared. Chapter 115 Fire Demon Lord, Artina. First. More than 3,000 fire demons rushed out of the scarlet fog 1 second after the notification appeared. They still rushed to the monster ranches closest to them. At this moment, when Mugu saw so many fire demons rushing over, he took a deep breath and ordered all the ranch monsters to fight these fire demons to the death. A moment later. The 5,000 ranch monsters perished in battle. And only half of the 3,000-odd fire demons had died in battle. After seeing this scene, Mugu could not help but sigh. Then, he was taken away by Nazario, which flew over and picked him up with its dragon claws. After the remaining 1,500 fire demons completely destroyed the monster ranch, they turned around and attacked Blazing Sun City. All long-range soldiers on the city wall. Start shooting freely once they're in range. Bai Yi ordered. Yes. More than 2,000 long-range soldiers roared in unison. Boxen OVL. COM. The other 1,500-odd long-range soldiers in the city did not speak. However, their eyes were also ferocious, ready to attack at any time. Soon, more than 1,500 fire demons entered the range of the elemental archers. Release! Bai Yi shouted. The 1,000 elemental archers immediately condensed elemental arrows and shot at these fire demons. Flame arrows and woodvine strangle arrows shot out one after another, forming a rain of arrows that filled the sky, killing these fire demons on the way. A group of fire demons entered the range of the bowmen, poison crossbowmen, and crossbowmen. More arrows shot out, killing the approaching fire demons. Finally, the 1,500 fire demons were all shot to death when they were still more than 500 meters away from the city wall. Prompt 1, you have completed the second round of the Supreme Challenge and obtained the second round of the Supreme Challenge treasure chest. Prompt 2, the third round of the Supreme Challenge will begin in 2 hours. Please prepare for battle in time. Prompt 3, all units that died in battle have been revived. Some of your war losses have been restored. Prompt 4, you can choose to withdraw from the Supreme Challenge now. Zhou Zhou ignored these notifications and looked at the Supreme Challenge treasure chest that appeared in front of him. After opening the treasure chest, he found 3 white silver tier basic resource packs. 3 white silver tier big gift bags. 20 gradeless beginner soldier class change certificate big gift bags. 10 gradeless basic soldier recruitment books big gift bags. 3 white silver tier elementary grade lifestyle professionals recruitment books big gift bags. 30 bottles of black iron tier potential advancement potion. 10 bottles of green bronze tier potential advancement potion. 5 bottles of white silver tier potential advancement potion. 10 green bronze tier advanced grade abyss contract books. 1 spatial ring with a capacity of 100 cubic meters, white platinum tier advanced grade. Zhou Zhou looked at the rewards. First was the white silver tier basic resource pack that appeared for the first time. Item name, basic resource pack, item level, white silver tier, item effect. After opening it, you can obtain 10,000 units of stone, 10,000 units of wood, 10,000 units of metal, 10,000 units of fine sand, 1,000 kilograms of water bags, 1,000 kilograms of rice, 1,000 units of forged stainless steel, 1,000 units of light silver, 100 units of adamantine, and 100 units of mithril. Adamantine and mithril. Zhou looked at the specific information of these two new resources. He discovered that they were rare white-silver tier resources. Not only could it be used to make white-silver tier weapons and equipment, the latter could even be used as the main material when refining yellow-gold tier equipment. Then, he looked at the other two gift bags that he had never seen before. Item name, Mist Core Big Gift Bag, Item Level, White-Silver Tier, Item Effect, after opening it, you can obtain 500 White-Silver Tier Mist Cores. Item Description, White-Silver Tier Mist Core Big Gift Bags. There are some common currencies of the high continent stored inside. Item name, Life Professionals Recruitment Books Big Gift Bag, Item Level, White-Silver Tier Elementary Grade, Item Effect, after opening it, you can obtain 1 White-Silver Tier Elementary Grade Blacksmith Recruitment Book, 1 White-Silver Tier Elementary Grade Carpenter Recruitment Book, 1 White-Silver Tier Elementary Grade Tailor Recruitment Book, 1 White-Silver Tier Elementary Grade Architect Recruitment Book, 1 White-Silver Tier Elementary Grade Shipbuilder Recruitment Book, and 1 White-Silver Tier Elementary Grade Physician Recruitment Book. Item Description, 1 White-Silver Tier Elementary Grade Professional Recruitment Books. After opening it, you can obtain 6 Mainstream Lifestyle Professional Recruitment Books. Zhou was very satisfied with these two big gift bags. Especially the latter White-Silver Tier Elementary Grade Lifestyle Professionals. Once they were recruited, they would be the group of lifestyle professionals with the highest level in the territory, excluding the talents attracted here by the reputation rating. Zhou immediately opened all the recruitment books and big gift bags and handed them to Bai Yi to summon. A moment later, in his territory, 40 beginner soldiers and 18 white-silver tier elementary grade professionals appeared. As for the remaining 5 bottles of white-silver tier potential advancement potion, each bottle could allow a life form below the white-silver tier advanced grade to raise their potential to the white-silver tier advanced grade. The 10 green bronze tier advanced grade abyss contract books could summon 10 green bronze tier advanced grade flame demons for his one-time use. Duration was still 30 minutes. As for the white platinum tier advanced grade spatial ring, its space was not as big as the Emperor of Sand spatial ring. Zhou took a few glances before putting it away. Then, he looked at his ranking. Lord of the Blazing Sun, 1245th, it directly improved from more than 10 million to 1,000 odd. Every round of the Supreme Challenge is a huge watershed. The difference in strength is too obvious on the Novice Lord ranking. Zhou lamented. He had a premonition that his ranking should be very high after the next round of the Supreme Challenge. In the following period of time, the soldiers continuously sent the corpses of the fire demons outside into Blazing Sun City. Zhou activated 3 Conqueror's blast furnaces and tried his best to extract the loot from these corpses. More than an hour later, the loot extraction was complete. In total, 15,420 black iron tier mist cores, 512 green bronze tier mist cores, 15,420 black iron tier abyss crystals, 512 green bronze tier abyss crystals, 2,705 bottles of black iron tier potential advancement potion, 305 bottles of green bronze tier potential advancement potion, 2,705 black iron tier abyss contract books, 305 green bronze tier abyss contract books. Zhou put them away. At the same time, outside Blazing Sun City, in the scarlet fog, a fire demon covered in black-red flames, with a black-red lava crown on its head and a flaming cloak on its back, was sitting on a black-red lava throne. It was Zhou's opponent, the fire demon lord, Artina. It had the strength of a yellow gold tier advanced grade. Coupled with the enhancement of the fire demon bloodline, it would not be afraid even if it faced a white platinum tier enemy. This was also the reason why it was not afraid of a white silver tier intermediate grade lava dragon. But at this moment, it looked at Blazing Sun City opposite it and then at the slowly expanding abyss crack beside it. its expression was a little hot and ruthless. Damn the laws of the supreme will. Damned source world wall. How could this lowly human lord still be so arrogant here if the speed of my army in the abyss territory could emerge all at once? He wants to kill me. Where did he get his confidence from? Artina was both irritable and confused. In its eyes, the strongest living thing on the other side was only that white silver tier intermediate grade pure-blooded dragon. Other than the pure-blooded dragon, the others, including the human hero, were not even worth mentioning. When its fire demon army completely crossed the source world wall and entered this place, even that white silver tier intermediate grade pure-blooded dragon would also be drowned in his fire army. What more the human soldiers and the hero? One-on-one. He was the noble Scarlet Lord. It would not really go one-on-one with the lava dragon even if it had the ability to fight it alone. Wasn't that giving up its greatest advantage? Only a fool would do it. Therefore, it did not understand where the other party's confidence came from. In the end, it could only be attributed to the other party being stubborn. I don't believe you can continue to be stubborn when you are dead. Artina snorted. After a long time. Supreme Challenge, the third round of the Supreme Challenge has begun. Lord, please be prepared. Zhou looked at the notification before him and then looked into the distance. This time, more than 6,000 fire demons rushed out of the scarlet fog and charged towards Blazing Sun City. There was no lack of white silver tier fire demons among them. Seeing this, Bai immediately ordered the 1,500 long-range soldiers on standby to quickly climb up the city wall and fight the enemy with the other 2,000 long-range soldiers. Zhou also let Nazario take action for the first time to deal with the silver-level fire demons. More than 6,000 fire demons were wiped out 15 minutes later. That was when the ranch monsters were wiped out and all the long-range soldiers exhausted all the arrows and elemental energy in their bodies. Prompt 1, you have completed the third round of the Supreme Challenge and obtained the third round of the Supreme Challenge treasure chest. Prompt 2, the fourth round of the Supreme Challenge will begin in 3 hours. Please prepare for battle in time. Prompt 3, all units that died in battle have been revived. Some of your war losses have been restored. Prompt 4, you can choose to withdraw from the Supreme Challenge now. Zhou ignored the last notification as usual. Then, he opened the third round of the Supreme Challenge treasure chest. In the end, he realized that the items in the treasure chest had changed greatly. Inside were, 1 yellow gold tier basic resource pack. 1 yellow gold tier big gift bag. 3 yellow gold tier advanced grade lifestyle professionals recruitment book big gift bags. 10 bottles of white platinum tier potential advancement potions. 10 yellow gold tier elementary grade abyss contract books. 1 1000 cubic meter spatial ring, extraordinary tier advanced grade. 1 battle resurrection scroll. There are fewer things but the value of the items have increased. Zhou was satisfied. He still liked high-value items better in comparison. Then, he checked the contents of these things. Item name, basic resource pack, item level, yellow gold tier, item effect, after opening it, you can obtain 100,000 units of stone, 100,000 units of wood, 100,000 units of metal, 100,000 units of fine sand, 10,000 kilograms of water bags, 10,000 kilograms of rice, 10,000 units of forged stainless steel, 10,000 units of light silver, 1,000 units of adamantine, 1,000 units of mithril, 100 units of water element gems, 100 units of fire element gems, 100 units of earth element gems, 100 units of wind element gems. Item name, Mist Core Big Gift Bag, item level, yellow gold tier, item effect, after opening it, you can obtain 500 yellow gold tier mist cores. Item description, yellow gold tier mist core big gift bags. There are some common currencies of the high continent stored inside. Item name, Life Professionals Recruitment Books Big Gift Bag, item level, Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade, Item Effect. Upon activation, you will receive 1 Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade Blacksmith Recruitment Book, 1 Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade Carpenter Recruitment Book, 1 Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade Tailor Recruitment Book, 1 Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade Architect Recruitment Book, 1 Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade Shipbuilder Recruitment Book and 1 Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade Doctor Recruitment Book. Item Description: 1 Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade Lifestyle Professionals Recruitment Books Big Gift Bags. After opening them, you can obtain 6 Mainstream Lifestyle Professionals Recruitment Books. 10 bottles of White Platinum Tier Potential Advancement Potion. Each bottle could allow a life form with potential below the White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade to increase their potential to the White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade. As for the 10 Yellow Gold Tier Elementary Grade Abyss Contract Book, it could summon 10 Yellow Gold Tier Flame Demons for his one-time use. The duration was still 30 minutes. As for this Extraordinary Tier Advanced Grade Spatial Ring with 1000 cubic meters, its storage space was already twice the size of the Emperor of Sand Spatial Ring. Therefore, Zhou put it on his middle finger beside the Emperor of Sand Spatial Ring. Then, he checked his current ranking. Lord of the Blazing Sun, first. Zhou was stunned. Then, he heaved a sigh of relief. I've finally achieved first place. Just keep it up and the title of the strongest novice lord and the supreme reward are mine. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.